and joined with me are my partners in crime, Coolios.
Hey.
Data.
How's it going?
And Cam.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got a lot of stuff this month. Well, for starters, happy Independence Day, everyone. Yeah.
Or as the Brits call it.
And also a warning, you're going to be hearing fireworks up the wazoo behind me. There's so many going on right now. And it's illegal in my city.
Yeah, ain't gonna stop them.
But the cops don't care anymore. They're not showing up. No one's people call the cops, but they're not showing up. Anyway, so we have some Star Citizen news. Not really anything in terms of current patch stuff, though. Right?
Yeah, more future patch.
Yeah. So we have some Squadron news though. Here.
I can't wait for the atmosphere changes. For fight.
Oh yeah.
Oh, those look so good.
Nice.
Those looked really good. And as for the Squadron stuff here, I was reading through it the other day, and pretty much all those new features that they're implementing to the PU are already kind of being implemented into Squadron. And they also showed off this cool shot for the Van Duel, which I thought was awesome.
Yeah, people on that ship.
It's destroying an Idris frigate in, assuming, one shot.
I mean,
well, we don't know if it's actually destroying it.
That's one shot, but that's the kill shot.
It's the killing shot.
And also, that's a concept image, so.
True. Still, I do hope that their energy weapons look like this, because this definitely looks nothing like our energy weapons, and it's a good way to differentiate the alien tech and the human tech.
Yeah.
And this should be super powerful too. I know a lot of people it's OP, but to me, even if it is OP, it's an alien ship being controlled by NPCs. It gives because we're always being told how much of a threat the Van Duel are in all the trailers and everything for Squadron, but we never actually see it. This is the first time I'm actually seeing them as a threat.
A good cinematic movie someone made. It was 2017, I think. It was called Letters from Vegas.
It was
supposed to be.
It was like a documentary, quote unquote.
Combat looked amazing.
It was like a
retaliators taking off from a base and just starting to as they're taking off, just dumping missiles.
It was following a news crew, right, covering the attack on the Vega system in 2015.
They're asking the general and commander in charge of the base, how do you justify the expenditure of this base when there hasn't been an attack by the Van Duel in years here?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they're attacked.
It was shit.
Yeah. And that was the first battle in lore-wise. That was the first time a Vandal kingship was taken down. Right? Admiral Bishop was the first one to destroy a Vandal kingship. That's why it's such a big thing.
It's too bad they never continued that series, at least so far. I would love to see it continue.
Oh my god! And especially with the modern armor and everything too, because that was using all the legacy designs. The Van Duel looks so much better now. They look more intimidating and more intelligent. Just when you look at them versus what they used to look like.
That alone, just one, especially once Squadron 42 comes out and all those assets are then usable, because obviously right now we're limited to just what we can essentially data mine out of the files, and of course we don't have any of the Squadron 42 files yet because they're keeping those very close to their chest for obvious reasons. Once those come out, the sheer amount of machinima, storytelling, and stuff that's going to come out, it's going to be ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and we also saw some good look at the Van Duel ships in general this month. Here.
Yeah, the reworked armor and outside of the ships look amazing.
Yeah, they completely reworked how the ships look, and.
But they said they do look a lot less. Before, they always looked just a little bit
too human,
cartoony in their dimensions and shit. Here's this giant blade and whatever.
Here, this is the old Van Duel.
Usable.
This is the old Van Duel. This is the new Van Duel. This is what they look like now. And obviously, here's I think that was the glaive, right? And here's the blade. I'm just trying to see where they show off. Oh, here's where they show off all the different materials that they used for the ships.
I'm just hoping with the those the blades on them and stuff. I hope that those are actually usable in that, like, if I were to take that ship, let's say if there's you got a blade, for example, or a scythe fighting, let's say, a gladius or a hornet, like, it would be an actual usable move. Like as in, you aren't just going to go and fucking cripple your ship to be able to just, aim at the gladius, for example, ramp it up to full speed, ram that blade at them, and have it actually be usable, and not just like cripple your ship horribly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that'll be, if they do add it, it'll be a hard maneuver to pull off at speed.
Oh, absolutely. But it's like, that's why it's like, if you can pull it off,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like, it should be something where it's like you could practically, cut one of the gladius's wings off or something like that, if you were to do it fast enough at enough speed, with yada yada yada.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd definitely be interesting to see ships have, I guess, not ramming capabilities, but I guess physical capabilities.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what supposedly they should be. They aren't just there for shock value.
Yeah, those are ramming blades, so
usable
on the end.
Because bear in mind too, that's supposed to be a somewhat similar idea or concept as to how their boarding ships work. In that, you got pointy ends on them. You aim them generally at the enemy ship, and there you go.
Yeah, they literally just drill into your ship.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so they updated the. So this is the blade, right? Or is this the new glaive? I think this is still the blade.
That is.
But with the.
Glaive.
I think this is the blade, but with the squadron cockpit, with the Van Duel cockpit, as opposed to the human retrofit cockpit. Because we know all the Van Duel cockpits are this weird, like, alien-looking bubble here.
Now, one thought though, on the
here's the new scythe
docking, or rather boarding, because they did say a while back that the general intent for boarding and piracy and all that kind of stuff is that they will go and so it's like, you can't just go and cut into the middle of a ship, for example. You can't just be like, hey, this is a nice wall here, it'd be a shame if it didn't exist anymore, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they were like, hey, that's not going to be how this is going to work. You have to go, and if you're going to board, it has to be through bespoke entrances. So things like where turrets are mounted at, you could shoot those off and notice they're there. You could go and shoot open or hack open or whatever doors, or other things like that. You could go and get in through escape pod hatches, that kind of stuff. But on the flip side, if I remember right, they were also saying with their damage states that you should be able to, if you're doing enough damage to a ship, that it should get to the point where the ship could be essentially cut in half. Was what I remember last hearing with the mentality of that. But those two ideas don't really mesh, because it's like, if you can already cut the ship in half, why couldn't I enter through that hole I just made, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also here, Ken, this is the glaive. You can clearly tell with the blade wings there. So yeah, so these are ramming blades on the wings. I mean, the wings are pretty much just meant for destroying other ships there. The Van Duel.
That's the best part.
And I love this new. It definitely looks more alien. It definitely looks more. I like the aliens, like the xenomorph biomechanical look they have to them.
Oh yeah, well, according to lore with the Van Duel, they kind of, of course, they're a very hostile race, and they go and pretty much attack other races out there.
They just go from planet to planet, take resources. They're like 8 feet tall. They have reflective skin. They don't need a pressure suit to survive in space. They just need a mask.
They are perfectly fine.
And they're a warrior race, so they don't have firearms. They just have energy projectile sword weapons, and melee weapons.
Chemical or like physical based projectile weapons. That's all.
Like they have the most famous is the Vandal Energy Lance, which is like a spear that shoots lasers. So,
and that'd be amazing to have in game in the PU.
Yeah.
Especially just be like, oh hey, because I mean, especially if you can not only, of course, using it as a to shoot energy blasts out of it, but also too, it's like, let's say it's like, okay, hey, it's down to a melee fight. If I have a spear and I'm in a nice small ship hallway, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Like.
I can't wait to fight a Vandal on foot so I can take his energy lance.
even in general, melee is good for spears. There's a reason they're used so long, right? So.
Oh yeah. I just had another thought. It would be amazing if one option for it would also be to just throw it as a spear. Just be like,
oh yeah.
That would be cool. That would be cool. Also, we have our first look at the 100 series in game, like actual ship in game.
Oh yeah.
And Cam, you have a lot to say on that.
Yes, he does.
I mean, I'm just like, I don't have too much to say about the 100 series itself, but just I'm hoping that the 300 series might get another rework, even though yes, they just reworked it, but I'd really love to see a Origin ship that fits a medium size role, so something akin to the Cutlass Black, the Freelancer, something that's a small or entry-level multi-crew ship that can hold a decent amount of cargo, because both the 300 series and the 100 series both hold 2 SCU. They're both single-seaters. Really, price difference, it's literally just a price difference of $5 between the 100i to the 300i. There's pretty much it's like they're so similar to each other. The only thing really befitting the 300 series is the interior is a little bit bigger. There's a little bit nicer accommodations, and your weapons and components are like one size bigger. That's pretty much it. So it's like there's no reason not to immediately go from a 100 to a 300. Zero reason not to. So it's like I would just love to see, because they're so similar as of now, I'd love to see the 300 getting a bit bigger, getting a larger cargo bay, interior cargo bay, give it a nice little ramp so you could put G12 on there. Because right now it's like if you're going straight Origin, the only Origin ship that could hold a G12 at this point is that you could even load on there would be either the 600i, the 600 series, or the 890 jump. You got nothing smaller than the 600. So I assume eventually we'll have something like that, but I just think it would be nice to have that be a 300, since right now its lines between the 300 and the 100 are so blurred together right now.
Yeah. Considering that it's so similar that they might as well just change it up.
For me, I'm just seeing a visual difference and a little bit smaller cargo capacity. At least when you first look at it, it might not be smaller. Who knows?
Well, at least on the website, it says they both have 2 SCU. So
okay. And we also got to look at like you and I have been talking about this for a long time, but weapon racks on smaller ships like fighters. You finally got to look at that.
Which looks amazing.
What?
It looks amazing.
I know, and I was also surprised to see that. Okay, the Gladius actually has 2 weapon racks too. Like that was. Yeah. I know the Hawk has one in its landing gear, and then ships like the 300 series and everything, they have like 2 weapon racks inside the ship. Like most ships that have an interior, you can actually go inside the interior and place your weapon somewhere. But fighters like the Gladius or Saber, you don't.
I was expecting at most like
you don't have anywhere to put your weapon.
And given the size of that thing looks like that.
That can totally hold a railgun. That can totally hold a railgun. That's a P4 AR in there right now.
Oh yeah,
that's a size 2 weapon. It can also hold size 4.
I was surprised. I was expecting it to be something like how like the Hawks on the landing gear. It looks like that would probably it'll hold most rifles. It'll probably hold a sniper rifle, and that'd be about it. But it's like with that, I'm like, they're making sure you're now. It might be due to Squadron 42 reasons, or that it's a dedicated military ship. Maybe that's not what we can expect on all ships, but as it is, that's pretty fucking fancy.
I would be surprised if they didn't put it on the Sabre and Hornet as well as the Gladius.
No, I would expect...
because those are military aircraft, so...
Probably like the Mustang and like the Aurora.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking the same thing. Like, they don't really need it. Yeah, I understand that.
But,
also, we got
the only other thing I would want to see, though, similar to that, is I would want to see something that would allow you to pack up a single armor. Now, obviously, changing into it, realistically speaking, would be a bit of a logistics issue.
Yeah.
Because at best, especially with, for instance, a Gladius, the only place you could be in that's pressurized that you could change would be the cockpit.
Well, unless you can
struggle.
Well, the flights
I'm going
to
interject in here real quick. So, I kind of like this idea, but I kind of don't, because ships like the Gladius, the Arrow, the Hornet, they're designed to be combat ships, right? So you're not supposed to be landing and getting out and doing FPS. I can understand, like, if it's for survival, you get shot down, you got to get out of your ship and wait for a pickup, but they should have a main base. Anyways, that's kind of...
No, it makes sense, but then again, during that Squadron 42 vertical slice, there was a mission where you had to land and go in stealthily. So there's
you're
missions...
still in combat, but you're moving from air combat to a ground combat role. So it's like, I don't see that as being, especially, hopefully, at least in the PU, I'm hoping we might get some multi-stage missions someday.
Yeah.
But with those missions, you could easily see it being, hey, taking out some fighters or something like, oh, hey, you're moving into a bunker or something like that. And they're like, and especially too, bearing in mind that with these fighters and other single cockpit ships, you are going to be restricted, eventually in what armor you can wear. So you're going to be in light or just a plate.
It has to be either light armor or your undersuit.
You can't wear any weapons. At most, I would expect you could still have a pistol on your leg and multi-tool or something like that size. But I would expect that you would not be able to have anything on your back there at all. So it's that would mean that otherwise you're going to be running around with just a pistol. Now, realistically speaking, if we do compare it to modern airplanes and stuff like that, that's essentially exactly what they do have. Now some
the 30th century.
In their under seat storage, they have like a compact carbine or something, like even if it's in parts, and you just pop it together and off you go. But realistically speaking, sure. But if we do want those multi-stage missions, we do need to have the ability to run those in most ships.
Well, and the other thing is, from a gameplay perspective, they don't want, obviously, space fighting should be the main point, but they don't want FPS to just be null, right? It still needs to be a place for it, I guess. Right.
Well, they can open that up
talking over each other.
Give players the ability to do it. I think that's a good thing.
I understand it from a gameplay perspective, but from a combat perspective, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
Either way, it's still a cool feature nonetheless, and something that I'm glad to see because of that gameplay perspective. But no, I totally understand, especially since, look, I've killed NPCs on foot with just a knife or just a pistol, so it is doable. It's just, at least now we'll be able to bring more gear with us.
Yeah, kill NPCs for less.
Also, we got to look at the new UI here.
That looks amazing.
Yeah. It's so much
and on
cleaner,
top of that,
nicer.
The fact that they're gonna tie in all the bits in the cockpit to actually be functional. I've been wanting that for a long time.
Oh yeah, all the MFDs are gonna be.
Thank God, because seriously, because especially since when you in some ships, like you have to go to certain switches to turn on engines and power, and sometimes I noticed you're turning on power through a switch that's labeled engines, and I'm just like, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or something like that. So this will be really cool. Yeah, and I like the design of this new UI. It
I'm
fits the entire
with-
screen too. It's not a uniform screen. It actually fit, like, cause for example, the screen here has a little angle on the side, and it actually fits to that. I like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's not just because like with some of the other ones we've seen currently where it is.
Like normally this part here,
itself
it'll
is
just be
kinda like-
black because it's a square. It's a regular square.
Yeah.
Screen. Yeah.
Yeah. But one thing I'm hoping we might also see with that is that I know with the Gladius, because again, for Squadron 42, that features heavily the Gladius. When you start up the Gladius, you actually have your character like actually
There's an animation.
Your hand
Yeah.
reaches out, toggles switches, and flips stuff, and actually is interacting with the cockpit itself. And as far as I'm tracking, no other ship really has that at this point.
No, not
But
yet.
I would love to see that in more ships where your character actually, like, if I say power on, my character actually just goes boink. If I say engines on, my character actually goes.
That would be cool, especially when you just do the hotkey, like just press R to turn everything on.
Exactly, because
I
like,
see this character just doing all these switches. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to see that for more ships. I mean, obviously it'll take some time to get everything in there, but I definitely want to see that.
Yeah.
But for the Gladius,
Yeah.
with the Gladius, they have that option there because it's part of Squadron 42.
Yeah, because it's the ship you fly in Squadron 42. It's you and Mark Hamill are wingmen. You both fly Gladius.
They've had that animation in there for I want to say for about a year.
I think a year.
Oh yeah, like a year and a half maybe.
Yeah, definitely over a year.
But yeah, for I guess for example, something like the Carrack will take a lot longer to get everything done than a Mustang, right? So I'll definitely add to that too.
Yeah, and then they also added new features like we're getting a refinery area for a space station, so we can do mining and stuff, and that's awesome. Like I love that it's not just we're adding a new feature to a space station because you need to be able to sell here. We're also going to add a whole new area for that gameplay feature. It's not just here's a new terminal,
Oops, sorry, go on.
It's not just like here's a new terminal, have fun. It's more like here's a new area. Go explore, have fun, sell, buy, whatever.
One I'd like too, they're saying that these areas are not just going to be because they're going to be the cargo level, the refinery level. Down the line, there might be more than that.
I think we're going to get a fuel one too.
Maybe there'd be like a data center for data running or something like that. They'll have a server hub or whatever.
That one I'm okay with being station specific.
Yeah, but that they're not only saying, hey, this is an area for for instance for cargo, but also for things like, hey, if you want to do an escort mission protecting cargo transports, that's where you go to do it because that's where all the people running cargo are going to be hanging around. If you want to do missions regarding refining or pick up new refining equipment, you head to the refining level. I like that idea of there being, hey, this is kind of a hub for this kind of stuff.
There's a physical area for you to go to for this specific purpose. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, rather than just keeping everything to
Moby
interaction. You got it in a Moby. Yeah, Moby pops up and actually.
Or it's like here's another terminal. Like for example, here's another terminal at the admin office, but for mining or something like that.
I would love to see some similar stuff down the line. So having for instance, you go to for if I want to be a bounty hunter, I go to the local advocacy office.
Right.
They have a little office like the admin building we have now, and I go there and talk with the local rep and turn in bounties. Maybe I can get some gear or something just through them because hey, I've been helping them out a lot. I've gained some rep with them, and now they're willing to offer me some stuff that the average civilian can't get their hands on. And one thing too that might be interesting now that with 3.10, the upcoming patch here, one of the things we're also going to be seeing is the implementation of in-game ship paint. So this has been something before we've seen limited edition holes and stuff like that for special events and the like. But up until now, we've never seen anything earnable in game. It's always been just with the cash store. So it'd be interesting if, down the line, it'd be like, hey, you've helped out the advocacy here. Hey, you can now paint your Avenger in advocacy colors to show, hey, to a certain degree, you're representing us. Now, obviously, we don't have the ability to fully join factions, but we can be somewhat tied to them as a contractor. Similar thing with, let's say pirates. If you're like, hey, you've knocked over enough transports and stuff like that, earned enough rep with the pirate faction, they're like, hey, you can go and paint yourself in our colors. We'll know not to go and target you, or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's actually a custom symbol, because if I remember right, that logo, I saw some other people talking about it. Yeah, that is the guide logo. So it's assumed right now.
That's true. Yeah, the torch is a guide logo. I heard someone
saying on the leak server, it's essentially just an arrow skin that you will get if probably after like 3.10 goes live, if you are a guide.
Okay, so that's cool.
Player,
you can get this skin.
You get this skin. Yeah, so now, I do hope down the line we do get the ability to put on, at the very least, having certain areas on a ship where you can put certain logos, if not make our own. Obviously, there might have to be a vetting process for what logos can be approved, but I would definitely love to see that.
Yep. Like, it probably has to be simple, like the guide logo here that you see on the wing.
Yeah. Or at the very least, it'd be something where it's like you could submit it, and then after, like, give it like 4 months or something for it to be reviewed, because there's going to be all kinds of people putting in all kinds of icons and stuff.
Either that or have it so it's locked behind. Say you have to have an org with 50 people and then you have to review it, right? Or you as an org have to have something, right? Like,
alternatively, and this really wouldn't stop abuse but could limit it, is you could have a symbol builder with some shapes and stuff like that, and it could be something as limited as the Halo one with like Halo MCC, where it's like,
right, where it's just the little Halo
layers
logo,
and that's it. Or it could be something as fancy as like the what is it, Call of Duty, I think, where you could, you have all kinds of shapes you can position.
Essentially the emblem maker in Halo Reach or Halo C.
Yeah, exactly. You could have something like that, and then just have all kinds of stuff like there. Or, of course, the more in-depth you go, the higher possibility for abuse of making, stupid or, rude, obscene, yada, yada, yada images. That only gets higher because, of course, the more options you have, the more options you have. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes. So I think, aren't all the ships supposed to be getting that new HUD come 3.10? Well, speaking of the turret rework, I actually saw, I forgot which little clip had it, but there was a clip or a tease of the remote turret that the Carrack has on top. And now, right now, for pretty much any remote turrets, all you really get is you get a center aiming point. You'll get, you can still target targets, and you'll get, your lead pips, and that's it. You don't get any target information. It's like where you're hitting, who you're hitting, what ship they're in. You get nothing. But with this new turret rework they've done, you have a full overlay that's pretty much just like what you get if you were in a regular manned turret. You have an actual fancy overlay. It tells you exactly who and what you're targeting and where. You get the full deal there, which I'm very happy to see.
And they improved some of the AI for FPS, which is a much needed feature.
Yeah, rather than just standing there.
It's either they stand there, they bum rush you, or they manage to, I don't know, like
murder you.
It's really confusing.
My favorite is where they go and you're shooting at them, and then they just look at you, and when they look at you, you die.
Yeah. I like it. I like it when they're facing behind you, and their machine gun fire is killing you.
Yes, and you're just like, what?
It's so confusing. And then we got some footage of the Microtech Shop Edition and Factory line that we're getting in the next patch, as well as we got Grimhex improvements coming, like that racing gambling area. And I'm glad I have this footage up because it reminded me I wanted to talk about how they're adding shipwrecks again into the game because I think they took them out. So, and what's cool is they changed them so they're more detailed and more realistic, but they act as shelters from whatever weather you're in.
Which makes sense. Although I do hope down the line it'll be more tailored, so it's like, it won't be, because right now I think it's pretty much I'm standing outside of a wreck. I am experiencing full effects of the weather. You take 3 steps to the right. I am now inside the wrecked ship. I'm experiencing no effects from the weather. I am perfectly A-okay. Obviously down the line, if it's like, if you're on Microtech or something, you find a wreck, it should be where it's like, okay, I'm in the ship, it's still freaking cold out, but it's not, obviously the wind is being blocked.
I was about to say, I imagine it'd still be cold, you're just not getting like the wind effect. It's essentially like going from, I don't know, like you're lowering the apparent temperature by so much that it makes a difference. Because the wind and all the effects,
like enough to be like enough to make sure it's like, hey, your survival timer until you would die goes from being 3 minutes to 45 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, this way it's
not fully alleviating it, but enough that it's giving you a chance.
Right. Yeah, I'm hoping. I was hoping that too.
Speaking of down wrecks, though, one thing though that I keep seeing with the down wrecks, and I really, really want, is that we've got the little glow sticks, but where the hell do we get those nice little flares that's actually like big, bright?
That's a good question. I don't know, and I want them.
Yeah, tossable.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, I found a great land, especially if it's like if you're landing, for example, at night. I mean, even with the headlights that a lot of ships have, those are pointed forward, and so when you're actually coming in for a landing, if there's some treacherous, if you're like, hey, we got to make this landing nice and neat there, and it's dark out, and it's dark in game, I want someone to be able to mark those LZs. I'll pop 4 of those down and be like, here's your perfect little box here.
Well, none of the ships have landing lights. They have running lights, but they're not landing lights.
And I mean, I know down the line they have said they do want to have some kind of night vision option. They want to have some vision modes, but it's like, okay, but at the same time too, what if you're flying in civvy clothes? You don't have a helmet on or something,
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
Also, they did say the ship that they're not just changing the UI like we saw in the cockpit; they're changing the ship HUD as well. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that because it does need a rework. Also, we got to look at like Apex Predators earlier in the month during Alien Week.
Yeah, the aliens.
So, and they showed off all these different concepts, like this giant crab thing that you might stumble across it, like it's just a rock, and then like you realize, oh no, this rock is actually like a leg for this giant crab monster. I love that idea.
That would be amazing to see camouflaged creatures.
Yes, I want to see this thing. It looks so cool, and I love like how they described it. Then they had this like Yeti monster here.
Or just imagine like walking.
This was supposed to be on Microtech too.
Looking for something like some plant, and you're standing on top of this little hill, and then the hill moves. You're like, oh shit!
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And they said like this Yeti thing is supposed to be a Microtech, indigenous to Microtech, so that's really awesome. Like that. Okay, this creature's already one. Like it's supposed to be on a planet we have already, so that's cool. We also got some other ones. I think they showed off like They showed off some really interesting designs here. Like, you got this dog jaguar looking thing.
Almost like a
dragon?
like a cat. I don't know.
Yeah. An evil bird. I mean, and we also have some non-apex predator life forms like space cow and the space whale.
Not the space cow. And so wait. I just realized something. If we have space cow, that means it's already been confirmed. We're gonna have some interaction with Mark Hamill on the space cow.
Oh boy. But here's Grimhex improvements, and man, does it look good. I mean, and they said it was supposed to be like a gambling area too, so.
Yeah, a race track.
For betting and stuff like that too. Yeah. Yeah. Great. I'm excited for the new Grim Hex changes.
Same, because
give it more of a feeling rather than
it's
just
such a nice
I want to buy certain armors.
Yeah, and it's such a nifty little location too. Like,
yeah,
it's inside an asteroid, and it's I don't know, it's such a fun location, and there's a lot to do there. And this is just, I mean, this will make it a lot. There's not that much to do there, but there's a bunch of missions that, you know, you have to go to Grimhex to do this, or you have to go to Grimhex to do that. Like, so this will be cool to have additional features. So, do we have any other Star Citizen news, really?
We got the Grey Cat.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Grey Cat.
Oh, that's right, the Buttface rover.
Yeah.
Hold on, actually, I have an image of it.
Well, the mining buggy, I guess.
Yeah. Now it does look like with it. So we were unsure on the details of what essentially it would be able to mine, and it appears at this point that they are adding a new type of mineable that are essentially it appears from what I've seen so far, it appears that these minables are the same type of items as the hand minables, but it's just a little bit larger nodes. So essentially, you would get a little bit more from it because the actual rock only holds like 0.88.
Yes, it's always either 0.8 or 0.88, and essentially, whenever you're doing FPS mining, you pretty much always get a maximum of like 10 or 11 little gemstones. So.
Yeah, so and I think I did hear if you were to fully load the Great Cat Rock up, if you were able to, on Haydenite, which is one of the most, I think it's the
best FPS hand
selling one. So if you were able to fully load it up, then one full load of it would be worth like 220K. Of course, finding that much, that would be the trick of it, but.
Yeah, and this is I have the image of the rover on the screen. The guy who took this image made a outline. So I did not take this image. I got it.
And it's
the leaks. Cam, you got it from the leaks Discord server. Sent it.
Yep, and
it's got the little chair outline, so you can see where you sit.
Yeah,
if you want, I could probably find there was a video of someone actually like walking around getting in it. You want me to find it?
Let's leave some things up to people to find out for themselves.
Okay.
Well, and then the other thing is, Cam, you were saying that they're doing a competition. If you can guess where, or the closest to the announcement date, you said.
Yeah,
right?
I
for the ROC.
It was essentially it's that if you can guess closest to when they actually announce, meaning like put up the sale page and that stuff for it. The initial one. If you can guess the closest of the day and time in UTC format, and I apologize, I don't remember if this was on the Star Citizen Leak server or if it was just the r/Star Citizen, so essentially the the Star Citizen Reddit Discord server. It was one of those two that they were having that.
Yeah.
But essentially, if you get closest to that, then you will win a rock.
Cool. And I also have an image of the Star Kitten 890 jump because, of course, whoever's making these Star Kitten ships, it's hilarious. You guys seen the Star Kitten 890 jump, right?
Of course.
They
made it pretty cool.
What the inside of it would look like.
That is something I don't want to imagine.
Yeah. It'd be
So
really pink.
I'll link in our chat here. I do have the Google form link.
Yeah. Also, I just have this image of the dynamic duo poster they made for the Lightning Bolt Company's electron weapons. That's what they were. And they're also supposed to be in 310. So.
Okay, so it is SC Leaks.
And the electron weapons, for those who don't know, is a new damage type coming to Star Citizen where it's an energy-based weapon. You essentially just get to shoot lightning bolts at people.
Very much.
And in the future they will be non-lethal, but at the moment they're just going to be lethal lightning bolts.
Well, is it that these will be non-lethal, or that these are just paving the way for eventual non-lethal weapons?
Probably probably the latter.
Yeah, I imagine they're probably going to add in like certain stun gun type things rather than just use these.
Which would be awesome, just coming up, hey buddy.
Yeah, and then hopefully with that kind of stuff, we'll see, being able to actually do bounties and stuff with AI and stuff, with the moving of AI that's coming also.
Yeah, someday we'll have good AI. Not today, but someday.
Well, like I said, with body moving and everything, should be relatively soon, I hope.
I hope so.
Cross my fingers. Yeah.
Keep crossing.
As fast as our citizens seem to put stuff out,
Yep.
That's what we'll hope.
I mean, we'll see with the bartender. Now, I will know, I did see also a short video showing the bartender kind of doing their thing. And, like, they actually did have the bartender, like, mixing a drink and stuff. Like, it looked pretty cool. So
we kind of saw it back in 3.4.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see, especially because they're saying with this, the bartender's supposed to be kind of they're making a gold standard, and then they're going to make everything else kind of adhere to that same level. I'm just hoping that they can get that stuff out, just because as it is, NPCs are very, very lackluster. Either they walk around and they do absolutely nothing, they sit in one place and they're actually important to have conversations with us,
or they're extremely glitchy,
or they are combat AI, which does nothing except shoot at us. There's no combination of any of the above.
There's no ability right now, and I'm hoping this will be in the future, where say you're at Grimhex and you just punch an NPC in the face, and then like, I'm gonna punch you back.
Or like having like a security guy just comes over and just slugs you in the face and is like, no.
Yeah, and then you start a whole brawl. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like for instance, the guy at the weapon shop. We can punch him endlessly because he's just a human punching bag. But maybe in the future it'll be like he's just standing at the shop and then you punch him and he's gonna be like, oh no you didn't, and then just punches you back and you get into a fist fight with the NPC until whoever's knocked out.
Though I have heard, at least in the current Evocati builds, they have disabled bar fights, or they've disabled essentially fighting in Grimhacks specifically because people kept fighting the bartender.
So is it only in the bar, or is it the entirety of Grimhex?
No, as far as I'm aware, in the entirety of Grimhex, you cannot pull out your fists and start attacking people. Like before, before at Grimhex, which was the kind of lawless criminal station, you could go on, like in other stations, you could just pull out your fist and just start slugging people. And as long as you didn't kill them, killing them was of course still a crime. Maybe even knocking them out might have still been a crime, but you could just go in and have a good old slugfest there. But they've disabled that in part because people kept fucking with the bartender with it.
Yeah.
Though it would be interesting down the line. It's like you pull out your fists, bartender just reaches below the counter and pulls out a shotgun. You're just like, oh shit!
That would be hilarious.
The other thing they got is body dragging.
Yes.
Yeah, and body dragging, that'll be fun, especially since if you want to do some stealth, that'll be key. Like think Assassin's Creed, where you have to hide the body in the haystack, kind of thing. Like you take out a guy, and then say you go up behind someone, take him out with your knife, and then you drag the body to a location where the other NPCs won't find him, and then you can continue, stealthily one by one taking them out.
Alternatively, nobody can notice if there's nobody to notice.
That too. Like, for instance, you can take them out, then fire your weapon so they hear the gunshot, and they come to find no body, they're just there, and then you can just lure them away. I don't know, I like to play with my prey.
You take out the first guy, and then you go and you fiddle with it a bit. And you go and you fire one shot, so they all run. They're like, "Oh man, hey buddy, you okay?" As they go, and he's like lying on his face. As they go to turn the body around, there's a grenade that you put under the body. Ding!
We all like playing with our prey a bit. Yeah, do we have any other Star Citizen news though? I mean, it was a big month compared to most, but I mean, it wasn't, in terms of new content really, it was just, pretty much we just got updates on what we're going to get in 3.10.
Essentially, yeah.
I mean, which isn't a bad thing. Like now we have now we have a really good idea of what we're getting in 3.10. It's just, that's about it.
The only other thing I do remember seeing on the leak server, it was mentioned that there were like 3 new variants of like the Orc X armor. So that'll just probably be like subscriber player next month.
Okay.
Or like the next month after that.
That is the modern.
If you're looking to get some permanent armor on your account there.
So that is, for anyone who doesn't know, that the Clark Defense Systems Orc Mark 10 armor is the modern marine armor, the medium marine armor, which you'll see a lot of Marines wearing in Squadron 42, if not all of them. Some are probably wearing field recon armor though, which is the light armor variant.
It'll be interesting to see though, especially because they've said with the armor systems, they don't just want it to be, even light, medium, heavy, but they want armors to be much more bespoke as to what.
Yes, they had this whole pillar of armor.
Exploration, bounty hunting, straight up combat.
They gave us 6. They gave us 6 types. They gave there was archetypes. They showed off. There was combat fighter, combat specialist, utilitarian specialist, and then there was a third one that I'm blanking on.
Exploration,
maybe exploration specialist, something like that. And essentially,
bounty hunter might have been one.
He said like bounty hunter armor would fall under combat specialist.
Yeah.
And there was and they even had like the current in-game armors were shown in what pillar they'd fall under.
Yeah,
and
that system, because they were saying essentially, now bearing in mind too right now, so they said they want the armors to be as customizable in terms of what effects they have, what they'll protect you from, what kind of bonuses they give you, yada yada yada. They want that to be as customizable as your ship is. Because essentially it's like, this is your ship away from your ship to a certain degree there.
I think that's the exact words they said, yeah.
Yeah, and even the ship customization we have right now with components is nowhere near the full functionality we will eventually have, because components will have sub-components that you can further customize and upgrade and stuff like that.
And it's this way you can have your component burn out faster, but it provides better power or efficiency, or whatever the efficiency is increased for a shorter time.
Or it might be
something like that.
Much weaker in terms of physicality, meaning if it gets targeted, it'll be destroyed that much faster. But until then, it's providing a much better bonus or boost or whatever.
Yeah.
Definitely can't wait to see armor.
Yeah, like for example, armor customization. Maybe you can put a new battery in so your armor's power lasts longer, or a new oxygen tank so this way you have a longer amount of oxygen or something like that. And then they also talked about the armor archetypes. Back to that, they were saying how like, well, combat fighters probably gonna be more resistant to ballistics compared to fighter specialists, which might be more resistant to energy weapons or something and stuff like that. And then they were talking about specific differences within each armor in one category itself. So, like because right now you just have light, medium, heavy. Everything else is just cosmetic differences, and that's going to change when they implement this armor archetype system, which I'm excited for. Because they were also talking about gamma radiation as a damage type. I think for ship weapons though. So.
Yeah, and when your reactor is breached.
Yeah, I mean, if they get the damage type in the game, they can use it in all kinds of different.
But I think that they talked about it, yeah, because say you have like your your ship's reactor or whatever. Say you're on an Idris where you actually have a giant reactor you have to maintain, like something out of Star Trek, and it takes damage. Those engineers are going to be facing a lot of radiation. Maybe if they're wearing suits, they'll be protected, stuff like that. All right, so I think that's kind of it, though, isn't it? We didn't. We covered the ATC no fly zone updates the last time, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so I think that's pretty much it for now.
For Star Citizen, yes.
Yes. All right, so actually, I got some updates regarding the Doom Eternal de novo anti-cheat software. So, id Software did remove it.
Okay.
Also, Bethesda apparently broke its own de novo protection from Doom Eternal. So it wasn't very good, and there are several reports of people who who played the game when the de novo thing was still a thing in the game. Their performance was like tanked. Like frame rate was terrible. Everything was horrible. Yeah. And this was just with the offline mode as well, like the single player, the campaign. So it was removed.
And that's like how what I was saying is they should have had it so
if you had the multiplayer, even if there weren't problems with the anti-cheat, they should have had the multiplayer download. Like if you want to play multiplayer, you have to have a separate download, at least for PC. I guess.
Yeah, no, that would make sense. Well, I don't know what else this de novo. I don't know if if de novo was even on the console versions. I just know it was definitely on PC versions. And yeah, for PC, you can easily say, okay, the multiplayer is going to be a separate download than the single player. Especially since everyone I know that plays Doom Eternal, they don't play I know one person that plays the multiplayer, but other than that, everyone's really just playing it for the campaign, for the same reason they played Doom 2016.
Yeah, Doom is
classic.
Exactly what you mean by for multiplayer.
I mean, Doom 2016 actually has a good multiplayer because it's a bit more traditional multiplayer, but you also have this really cool mode called the Snap Map, which is essentially like Doom's version of Forge from Halo, where you get to create your own map. And people made some really cool ones, and you can play with those maps with your friends online. So there's that. But Doom Eternal's multiplayer is a asymmetrical thing where you're a Doom guy, and then the other people are demons. And
yeah.
That's pretty much it. Alright, so we also have a lot of Last of Us 2 news. I don't want to stick on this topic too much because everyone else has talked it to death. And since none of us have played or are fans of it, there's no reason. But I did just want to mention how they pretty much the copyright striking thing they did, we discussed a little bit last time, was completely out of control. They were taking down YouTube channels like Mr. H Reviews, and other guys, stuff like that. They even took down their own. They even copyrighted Sony because they're pretty much. You mentioned the name Last of Us 2 in your video, and you got a copyright strike, not a claim, a strike.
Well, and see the problem with that was
it did them so much. Honestly, I think the game would have been more well received if there weren't that was an issue.
Yeah, that's true. And even though, look, none of us are fan. I've never played The Last of Us. I'm not a fan of it. That's not my type of game. I prefer, other types of games. That's fine. But from what I've heard, the story just really was terrible. Like it's a very played out, like it's a revenge story, and I've heard a lot of people say it's dragged out. Like it could have ended like 10 times over, but they keep dragging it out, and it felt really, really long for all the bad reasons. And I mean, I have literally a myriad of articles here about it, but I don't feel like really going into it. So
yeah, the short answer is, if you want to know more about it, there is tons and tons of content out there.
Yeah, like I just watched go watch Angry Joe's review on it or something. Cause they're better suited because he's actually a fan of the game and of the series and story, whereas I don't even know what it is. I just know that the new chick that they bring into the game, Abby, that you see kill one of the main characters.
Hated.
I did not know that was a chick until I saw Angry Joe's review. So there you go. I thought that was a dude. My bad. But yeah, no, so we're not the best people to talk about this game. We're just there to talk about the stuff around the game of like, well, people didn't like it, the fans didn't like it. You're literally just screwing over the characters and everything for shock value because your story can't go anywhere on its own merit. And look, that's another thing. The whole reason this game kind of failed, the section of it being bad, is even if no one knew that say there were no leaks, or no, the whole problem was the leaks, right? So I noticed whenever a film or a video game that's very politically correct and has the agendas and narratives and stuff that we all hate now, in it and leaks online, and then people report on the leaks, the studios kind of react really, really negatively and very aggressive towards the people that
you might say.
Yeah, to people that report on the leaks.
Know it's a bad product.
Exactly, that's the problem.
It's a bad product. All they care is that how dare you essentially not agree with what I say.
Yeah,
and
and
if you don't
the problem
agree with me
is
in all ways, you are horrible, you are evil, yada 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 yada.
Yeah, and the problem is that it's a bad product. They know it's bad, and they know that if people know it's bad before it comes out, they're not going to sell. Whereas, look, I know some spoilers for Cyberpunk 2077, and those are fireworks behind me. And look, I know Cyberpunk 2077 spoilers, and if I were to report on them, I really doubt CD Projekt Red would start harassing our channel. That being said, I don't want to because I want people to experience the story, blind because it's really cool.
Well, yeah, and I don't even think
spoilers as much as possible.
And I don't even think it was like, I don't think the company was upset for the last two. I don't think they're upset because there were spoilers. They're upset because people were talking negative about it. I don't think it had absolutely anything to do with the game being spoiled for some people, because the thing is, even if it was spoiled and people were saying it's good, or I guess if it was spoiled and people were saying it's
You're
good,
saying that they would have been attacking them even if it was good spoilers,
or even if it was
possibly.
I doubt that they would have taken the same lengths, right? Like they're not just going to get upset if it was like, oh, you know what, the game's not bad.
Yeah.
Because then they know people are going to buy. They're just scared that people are not going to buy if they're going, well, the game's not the same. It's horrible.
Yeah, and that's the problem too. It's not, look, whether there were spoilers or not, that's irrelevant. The point of the matter is you're attacking your fans before the game came out, or potential customers before they came out. It's like the same thing Terminator Dark Fate did before the movie came out, where Tim Miller, the director, said like if because people reacted negatively to the really badly photoshopped poster art revealing like the first ever promotional material for the movie was this poster that had Sarah Connor and the two other women on the poster. Everyone I knew was complaining that it was just really bad photoshopped. Like it wasn't a good art. It wasn't a good poster. No one cared about oh, it was all women or oh this or all that. Like everyone I knew was like, oh, this is a really crappy poster. But aside from that, they were trying to figure out like, why does she have all these scars? Is she like cybernetically enhanced? Like they're theorizing because they're
it's like it doesn't, and it's like, well, if all you can do is take legit criticism and go, oh, this isn't legit criticism. It must be because
and people were flipping out. Not people. Director Tim Miller went into an article saying how like if you like her, she's gonna play like a gangster rapper or something. But if you don't, then you're a closet misogynist or something like that. And I'm probably misquoting him, but I just remember closet misogynist This was back in April of last year.
Okay,
but that's the thing. This was months before the movie came out. Why are you attacking potential buyers?
Because it's essentially saying because, as the examples go, because it shows minorities or it shows women or whatever the case may be. Because of that, you can't possibly have any valid criticism against it. It's like, I'm sorry, that's ridiculous.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you can't possibly say that you want equality for these characters. You want these characters to be treated as everyone else is. If you are not also open to, hey, the character is badly done because these reasons. Otherwise, you're essentially saying, well, simply because they're, black, Asian, a woman, whatever the fuck, that there can't possibly be any criticism to them because of these characteristics. That's ridiculous.
Well,
you're not making a character, then you're making a caricature.
Well, it's literally just it's setting up a straw man and then saying
here, attack this. This is what you're.
Yeah, and also I just want to bring up one thing quickly before we move on from this topic because I just completely forgot. No. So, also in the new watch my face in The Last of Us 2, they have apparently a graphic sex scene. Now, I'm just putting this image up in the stream for people to see for reference. So, Sony has been very, very strong and up until now consistent with their censorship, where they essentially censor every video game that comes out in the West on PS4. So, in Devil May Cry 5 that came out, one of the more recent examples, they had a scene where they had two scenes. I'm just going to show one here, where a female character's butt is shown. And in the Sony version, and Sony's censorship, on the Sony version, you pretty much had this giant Abrams type lens flare covering her butt. And
showing blood.
But here's the actual thing.
Right, that's all fine. Showing the gluteus maximus. Oh, think of the children.
And here's the actual thing. And this is a rated M game, so it's not like they do it for every game. It doesn't matter what rating it has. They just take, oh no, we have to hide it, lens flare, and it's like, really? This is a rated. It's like buying a rated T game, even though it says rated M. And that's and obviously with The Last of Us 2, it's really double standard there because they show this graphic sex scene where what's-my-face gets screwed from behind. I'll leave it at that. And and they show it full thing. It's really disturbing, and that's not that. Why inconsistent? Be consistent or don't do it at all.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to touch on that.
Well, I mean, and to be fair, I do think for too long, I really blame the response to Mass Effect 1, or a lot of what the modern video games have in terms of censorship, because the media just fucking exploded on it. It never really showed anything besides I think the most it really showed was the side boob, essentially. It didn't show any actual genitalia or anything like that. And the media just fucking went crazy. Because again, it's you can go and show, chainsawing enemies in half and blood, guts, and gore, and swearing, all that stuff. That's all perfectly fine. But you show,
but female breast can destroy an entire civilization.
Looks down and sees every day when they're in the shower. Oh, hold on there.
Yeah, but female breast can destroy an entire civilization for decades. So.
I think that speaks more about our culture than the
it's just sad. It's I'm just more pissed because it's you have either be consistent with your censorship or don't do it at all. Why the double standard? It's okay for your stuff, but when someone else makes a game on your platform?
I'm happy to see that Cyberpunk as a rated M game is going, hey, we're doing it. If you don't like it,
to quote the devs,
that content.
I'm going to quote a dev right now from Cyberpunk 2077. We don't fuck around, which is ironic considering how they have motion captured sex scenes. But actually a good way to move on to our next topic, Cyberpunk. We have a lot of Cyberpunk news. Well, first off, they announced. So we had our first episode of Cyberpunk Night City Wire, which is like their little news, like the official Cyberpunk news outlet thing they're going to do up into release. And they had their first one last week, I think. Or was it 2 weeks ago? It was within the month.
It was last week.
It was last week. Okay, and they showed off a anime coming to Netflix 2022 called Cyberpunk Edge Runners. It's going to be, CD Projekt Red is partnering with a studio called Trigger, and they're going to make a fun cyberpunk anime. I'm actually kind of curious about it.
No. So with the story for this anime, it is not going to.
It is not related to the game. I mean, it's in the same world, but different characters.
It's not going to be following the main character. It's going to be in the same world, but essentially, it's like, hey, here's something away from the main character, exploring the world.
Yeah, it's another story in Night City, essentially. Like, you're going to have your stories through Cyberpunk 2077, and then Cyberpunk Edge Runners is going to be some other story happening in Night City that you're not aware of. Essentially, it's supposed to be to do. So it's it's happening in the same world, same city, but different characters, different. I don't think there are any characters bleeding through.
Probably different, a little bit different time. Not like, obviously not a lot, but
yeah, like it's happening the same minute for minute.
They would even go so far as making it like 5 or 10, like a couple of years difference in time frame. It would still be cool to see just little bits and bobs, little like Easter eggs between the game and the anime, but nothing.
Yeah, well, like for example, maybe you'll see like a "Where's Johnny" graffiti somewhere in the anime, as a reference to Johnny Silverhand and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got some. They also showed off another. So they first of all they actually said Cyberpunk 2077 for anyone who doesn't know, because at this point we all know, but some may not, that Cyberpunk 2077 is a sequel to the original board game Cyberpunk 2020. Johnny Silverhand, the main character in that.
Paper RPG, right?
Yeah, the RPG, sorry. Yeah, the paper RPG. And this is another character from Cyberpunk 2020 coming in 2077, Atom Smasher. Who was not a giant metal cyborg in 2020, but, 2077, it's a few years later, so... Yeah, he essentially became a giant cyborg. He's pretty much a robot with a human head.
Progress.
Progress.
That's what all the kids are doing these days.
But we got a lot of cool stuff. For starters, Kim, I assume you got that goodie package from GOG as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, with all the screenshots, which I'm showing off right now. Oh, they're so good. It's just good stuff. Posters, cover art. Like, for example, this image here shows off a hacking tool.
Pre-ordering.
Oh yeah, I haven't pre-ordered it either, and that's because look, I'm a man of principle. If I say I'm never going to pre-order anything, I'm not going to pre-order. Now, that being said, I'll get Cyberpunk maybe the day of release.
Right, absolutely.
But I'm not going to pre-order it. Not just because I don't believe it's going to be, like, even if it's not as great as people make it out to be, it's still going to be satisfactory, and I know that. But I hate pre-ordering. Pre-ordering is not entirely, but partially responsible for our current gaming industry and why we're getting half-baked games.
It's essentially, if you can get people to pay you before they even know what the game is based on, just name alone, then why would you actually...
Exactly.
Which is not a good path.
And a lot of studios judge the success of a project on how many pre-orders they can get,
right?
Instead of how many people actually just buy it after.
They don't go by just sales. They go by they include the pre-orders under sales, so you never really know how many of those sales in their numbers are pre-orders. Because for the most part, I'm guessing that it's at least 50% of like most like EA games and stuff. Because not everyone's smart. Not everyone's wised up to EA yet. So
you know what? I bet you Fallout 76. Majority of the sales were pre-orders.
Oh yeah, most likely. Especially since everyone that's reviewed it and everyone that plays it, has played it on like YouTube and stuff. They were playing the whatchamface, that demo, the server test demo, like a week before release.
Yep.
Oh, there are fireworks going off behind me.
I do find it's that.
Oh, speaking in Fallout news, apparently there's a Fallout TV.
Yes, there's a
show
Fallout
being
TV
worked
series. I was going to bring that up later, because we still have a lot of Cyberpunk stuff.
Yeah.
So we got the... First of all, the game was released on November 19th. I should probably mention that. So for anyone who doesn't know, Cyberpunk 2077 was delayed to November 19th of this year. As we predicted it would be delayed.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it has been unfortunately delayed. Hopefully this will be the last delay here. Either way, I would assume even if it did get delayed one more time, it's pretty much
guaranteed unless
Yeah,
there's
'cause-
some kind of catastrophe that it will be this year.
Yeah,
Well,
I predicted it was going to be December, so...
Yeah, and from what they're saying I don't think it's like massive game stuff. It's just more polishing, like getting things perfect. Like the game itself is why they delayed, but
Yeah, no, they said I think the game's done. They're just like polishing, some tweaking. And here's part of the news. A lot of people, influencers, YouTubers, whatever, got their hands on 5 hours of Cyberpunk's gameplay, specifically like the prologues, which there are 3 of. So you have a Nomad prologue, Street Kid, or Corporal Rat. And it's essentially determines how the game's going to play out for you. And each one is very different from another. So Nomad, you actually start outside of Night City, in the Badlands, in the, like that Mad Max type area that we saw some footage of. And you have to drive into Night City. Whereas Street Kid, you start in the city, and then there's Corporal Rat, which you start as like this corporate executive or something, and then from there you kind of like you get thrown out of the corporation. You get all your corporate augments, your cyberware nullified, and then you kind of have to start again. And everyone's saying that the gunplay in cyberware is awesome. That it's the extremely branching and alternative ways to play missions. Like a lot of people played the mission that they showed off in that 48-minute gameplay demo from Gamescom 2018. You know, the one with the Maelstrom gang, the guys that have their foreheads carved out. I have an image of it on the stream right now. And they said we had to buy the spider bot. So so they said that you can play that completely differently. Like you can actually have Royce, I think the guy's name is, with his carved out forehead. You can have him like ally with you and fight the corpos that are waiting outside. You can, if you're using the Corpo Rat prologue, then you can, like, it'll also change your that'll determine your dialogue options too, and which prologue you do. And you'll be like, you can, when you meet up with the corporate agent lady beforehand, you can make a different deal with her. And they're saying you can completely skip the boss fight at the end. You can just sneak past if your hacking and stealth is good enough.
Just be like, bye.
Yep. Or you can, as I said, you can like ally with him. You can just kill him straight up when you're holding him at gunpoint. You can just shoot him.
Options.
You have a lot of options, exactly. You have different ways to play the same mission, which is great because it means that this game will have a lot of replayability. Like maybe the next time you play the mission, you might want to just go guns blazing, or maybe next time you want to have Royce side with you, and then you can go and have him and you fight the corpo agents outside together, or something like that. Or you can have him fight them for you, and you just get away. So, options. Alright, then we also have character customization. So they elaborated even further on the whole customizable genitals, where you can now even customize your pubic hair and everything. And obviously sizes and whatnot. It's in depth.
They're going for realistic.
Yeah, well, yeah, pretty much. And obviously we've talked about this before, where you're going to be able to customize. There is no actual like male or female. You just, you can either make a male character or a female character, or you can make a male with female parts or a female with male parts. I don't know.
Your body is fully customizable.
Your body is whatever you want it to be.
It's not just gender switching.
Yeah, exactly. And also, they were talking about love interest. So we had a brain dance with a new gameplay feature showed off, where you get to essentially like you go into this. Oh my God, those fireworks are. Sorry about that. They're cool, but sometimes they sound like missiles, and I get worried. But anyway, brain dance was this cool feature where you get to essentially live through someone else's eyes, like either before they died
or memories and everything that's detected. So it's essentially a piece of software, so a person can go and hook up, run this software, and essentially while it's running, everything that person experiences, even stuff they might not be cognitively aware of, so things just in their environment, are recorded and can then be played back. So, for example, you could have someone who's into extreme base jumping, and you essentially, while they're doing this, let's say they got a wingsuit, they jump off a cliff, and they're going through all these like canyons and stuff like that. You would essentially be able to experience everything they were experiencing as they're going through it. Now, obviously, you can't really, like, you could explore the environment like a tiny bit outside of their memory there, because again, there's some things being recorded by the software they're not cognitively aware of.
Yeah, which they go into in the gameplay. I have it showing right now.
The software picks up.
Like, yeah, you cannot. Like, this is not your character, which is V. V is your main character. You know, like this is V's watching some random thug, and before he dies, and like, he even feels the pain. You feel everything they're feeling in the moment too. And he gets shot right there, and then you wake up being like, okay, you're still alive, you know. So apparently, the chick that's helping you out, like teaching you, Judy Alvarez, she's apparently you can romance this character, and they were talking about, you know, how because your character customization is so in depth that not every not every character you can have fun with is, you know, it's not like, oh, I'm a male or female and I'll try to romance this character. No, some are very particular to which sex they to which gender. So I think it was a lot of
here.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, some
not Skyrim.
It's not like it's not like it doesn't matter what gender you are. You can just do whoever you want.
It'll be like, hey, I like this, or hey, I don't like this, or hey, I might not be that.
Like this Judy character, I think people said that she is specifically into women, so you may not be able to romance her if you're a guy. So there's stuff like that. And, you know, there's some characters that go both ways, or some characters only go one way, and that's it. You know, so they're talking about the in-depth of the game, and I mean, yeah, that seems like a pretty trivial, you know, feature, but not really.
Well, no, it's all about bringing the game to life,
yeah.
Right? So as realistic as you can make it.
You want to make these characters feel real? You want to make these interactions feel real? That's how you do it. Like, for example, romance, they're not specific dialogue options. You just have to click.
The real question, though,
is with these relationships you can be into, can you get into the kinky stuff? I mean, the real kinky stuff, like hand-holding. Like, come on.
I don't know. I'd be curious if every character you can romance actually can become a companion. Or are you stuck with Jackie?
That would be pretty cool, especially, too, if you could be like... you could have, like, now obviously that shouldn't be the only way, of course, to have someone be
no, absolutely not.
Stuff. But it'd be really cool to be able to get your own little posse together and having, like, you know, it's like you could do a mission solo, or you can bring 3 or 4 of your best friends over. And
yeah, I mean that's what I liked about the Outer Worlds, is that you can actually bring 2 of your companions with you at any time. Like, you weren't limited to one. Now, we know for a fact that Jackie seems to be... Yeah, and we know that Jackie Wells is essentially your character's start-off companion. He's shown off in all the promotional material. Yeah. And he seems like... I love the character so far. But, obviously, we had that cinematic teaser from 2019 where he's killed. I don't know if that's like a trigger, because they said the cinematics, there are not a lot of cinematics in the game, like there are triggered cinematics here and there. So I'm thinking, like, what if that same mission, there's a version where Jackie lives, or he gets killed in the hotel room instead of on the way to the hotel?
I would assume at this point, now again, it is just an assumption, but I would assume based on everything else we're hearing about the game, we're going to have options to go and be able to save him or have him, so essentially either we directly save him or indirectly, we can make sure just that cutscene doesn't get triggered through whatever other options we have. I would assume that they wouldn't just put him in just to die at the intro no matter what, because that would take away a lot of
because you have to keep in mind, we haven't really seen anything past the halfway point of the game, or even past like the first quarter of the game. Or
all we've really seen is we've seen some basic intro stuff, and we've seen that one corpo mission. That's it, pretty much.
Yeah, and you gotta remember also
we've seen some drive-on background.
No, we have seen some gameplay that was past the halfway point, which is the gameplay where Johnny Silverhand is there. Because Johnny Silverhand is not.
Is that halfway? I thought that was still part of the intro.
I think it was at least halfway.
Oh,
with Placide and the Voodoo Boys.
Popping out.
With Placide and the Voodoo Boys, that was later on. That's why they didn't show off the full gameplay in that.
But even so, that was also a really short segment.
Yeah, and the thing is because for anyone who doesn't know, Johnny Silverhand being played by Keanu Reeves, he's not in your head at the beginning of the game. Yet he's on the chip of immortality.
We may be getting into spoiler territory here a bit.
A little bit, yeah. So, well, it's the intro.
He's a character you'll meet. You don't know him from the start of the game.
Yeah, you meet him later on. Or maybe in the intro. We don't know exactly when you meet him in the game. We just know that you don't know him offhand. You don't start off with him in everything. You have to come across him later. But here it's pretty cool because in the Braindance gameplay they're showing, you figure out who killed the guy, the BD operator, whatever they called it, the roller. I think you found out who killed the roller. It was his buddy, and yeah. And
I'm wondering too, with how they were talking about BD, I wonder if they'll give us options to use that. Just, I know they were saying like in general it'll be used to tell other character stories, and that's a cool aspect of it too. But I wonder at the same point, like, will they go and put options in the game where it's like you can literally just like watch a short movie with it?
They do use Braindance in the universe for adult films, so.
Well, I mean that too, but just like general entertainment. Like I said, like for example, you could have like a short play or something.
Maybe, yeah. They also did show. They did show another BD. They did show another BD clip in some footage where you see the CEO of Arasaka, one of the cyberware manufacturers, the mega corporations in Night City, being seduced by some woman, I don't know who. And obviously here's Jackie Wells on the screen right now. He's your start off, at least that we know of, your start off protagonist, companion. But yeah, we got a bunch of different things from Cyberpunk, so that's not coming out for a while. But yeah, it was pretty cool to see a bunch of new gameplay, a bunch of new, and you can watch some of the 5-hour gameplay stuff people have posted. They don't show the full 5 hours, but they show off like a lot of the driving. They show off a lot of they show off different ways they went about that mission that with the Maelstrom gang that we were talking about. Where you just kill them or you sneak in. It's really cool to hear that because it also it gives you options. It means you can play the same thing differently. And so far, we're only aware of like 5 missions in the game right now. We're aware of that mission with the animals and the Voodoo Boys. We're the Corpo Agent and the Maelstrom gang. And then we're aware of like 2 other missions that aren't really of consequence, like earlier in the game. That's really about it. So, and you can play all of those so differently, and you don't even know the rest of the game yet, so that's good. And we didn't even go into Ripper Docs. They actually described Ripper Docs a bit more, which is the guys that essentially put more cyberware into you, like we saw in that 48 gameplay demo.
Now, one thing they haven't really touched on, and I'm wondering if they will or not, if this is just one of those things we'll learn about in-game, but in at least the original source material, so the pen and paper RPG game, Cyberpunk 2020, if you went and installed too much
cyber psychosis,
then your you would essentially you would suffer for it, and you could go. And I think even the original teaser trailer for
the original teaser trailer
2077 showed a person who had essentially installed too much tech. They went fucking nuts and just started killing people.
Yeah, it's when you become. It's called cyberpsychosis. It's when you have essentially you mod yourself so much that you lose your humanity and you go psycho and kill people, and that's when the Psycho Squad comes in. Those are the guys that we saw in that original trailer. They are in the game. I seen a screenshot. They are in the game.
Now, one
and you have to really do something bad in order to get them on you.
Now, one thing too to know, and I don't know if this is the case. And again, this was the original trailer here, which was put out in 2013, I think.
Yeah.
So obviously, a lot could have changed since then. But again, I'm not sure if this is the case. But in that trailer, it appeared to be so. It shows, of course, the one lady just like kneeling on the ground, pools of blood surrounding her, dead bodies all over the place, and the Cyber Squad or whatever they're called, shooting at her and stuff like that. And you see actually a bullet glancing off of her cheek, and you can see that there's like metal underneath. Giving her just this little scratch there. Later on, it then shows a squad, apparently, the squad in their police transport there, and a person sitting in one of the seats. You can just kind of see their like neck, and then they're like the lower part of their face. They've got like some kind of a goggles on, some kind of headgear on like that, something tactical looking.
I got the trailer going on the stream right now.
Yep, and they have right at the end there, if you want to show, just like if you can scooch up to the point where it shows the lady getting shot, like just like I said, just scratching on her cheek there.
That's right at the intro.
Yep, and then if you scroll all the way to the very, very, very end, I thought I remember seeing that the lady sitting in the squad van there, again, looking apparently tactical. It doesn't look like a prisoner would or anything like that.
She's just like a new.
If I remember right, the same mark on her cheek there, which would be implying some kind of, obviously, like I said, if that is the case and that is the same person, it obviously does not look like one that she's a prisoner there.
Yeah, also, I just want to say, this is Alt Cunningham here. They actually have, which is Johnny Silverhand's girlfriend in the Cyberpunk world, who's digitized her consciousness and is now in the internet, which is behind a giant firewall because the internet doesn't exist in Cyberpunk 2077. It's been blocked off, and now we have localized internets, which are essentially like city blocks. Each have their own internet, and you have to manually connect them, which is part of hacking gameplay.
Alright, so in that video, they don't kill the woman, they knock her out. And then you show them, what I got from it is they're on another mission, and instead of that individual being killed, they just absorb her into their squad.
Maybe, but then the question would be, why and how? Because again, if they have cyber psychosis, as again we're assuming,
well, supposedly you can treat it. Like they don't knock them, they don't kill them, they knock them out, and restrain them somehow so they can treat them. I think.
True, but again, just the way it looked like what I got from that very last part is that she is a part of that squad in some way or somehow. Now, and again, we don't have much to go on with it. It's obviously just a teaser trailer here. My mind, of course, immediately jumped to, was this some kind of an actual like a hit or something like that? Oh no, a person went crazy and killed a whole bunch of people, including whoever that target was. And that it was actually all planned out, or something like that. Just from, again, that was what I took from it. Obviously, we don't know if that's the case or not. And like I said too, even if they had something like this planned, and even if I'm correct in my assumptions here, this was still back in 2013. This was literally 7 years-ish ago.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff could have heavily changed by that.
Yeah, so that was a trailer from 2013. It was actually outsourced to a third-party company that made the trailer, but that's actually how the Psycho Squad is going to look in the game. And yeah, they're coming after you if you start going on a murderous rampage and essentially exhibit signs of cyberpsychosis. So.
Well, and so, like I said, it would be interesting then to see, because they, like I said, they haven't really talked about cyberpsychosis. So, assuming, of course, if they are in game, I would assume then that the player could also suffer these issues. So it's like, I wonder how far can you really go before you start having issues?
Or maybe if you decide to just go on an indiscriminate killing spree, that's the group of people that are going to come and stop.
Possibly. It's essentially, I've heard someone say it's the equivalent of getting 5 stars in GTA. So.
I'd love to see what kind of equipment they pull out to go after you. Because again, assume you're going after someone heavily
in the screenshot, I saw them holding just a pistol.
Out with all kinds of guns and shit.
In the screenshot, I saw them only holding, one of them was holding a pistol, but there were 3 others in the background holding rifles and stuff. So
yeah, it looked like but it looked like for the most part, at least in that trailer, they were mostly using just rifles.
Yeah.
So it's I wonder if because one thing too we see is what I believe was some kind of a hover car, and that's high tech here. Most people are still
which you are not going to be able to fly.
Really rich.
You won't be able to fly hovercraft. You can only drive ground vehicles, not flying vehicles. Unfortunately, those are mostly controlled by AI in the game. Actually,
see down the line, maybe like a DLC or something. I would like to see the option to own a hover car. Just because I think it
would have to act as a fast travel thing or something, because supposedly they don't even have actual drivers. They're automated.
I mean, I would be fine with something like that, or something to where you can just point on the map and say go here, and it'll take you there. Something akin to how the Fallout 4 vertibird transport system is. You can just go this way.
Yeah,
and it'll take you as close as it can get. And you can be land, and it'll be okay, I'll find the nearest spot that's big enough, that's been coded for it to go and land and drop you off. Anything else about Cyberpunk?
I mean, I don't want to, but yeah, we're gonna have to because we got different things here. The Placide mission. There's Johnny, Ghost Johnny. There's the Mix It Up poster. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. Alright, so next we got Sony PS5 event. They revealed the console and pretty much 26 different games in that event. We kind of Pilger and I covered it on the channel, but YouTube liked to take down videos, so you probably won't be able to see it. Hold on, let me just skip this thing here. And here. So this is the console reveal. So now we finally know what the PS5 is going to look like. And we have 2 versions. We got the disc version, and one with an optical drive, and then one without an optical drive. And there's a rumored price that's going to be $700.
Holy.
Now, initially, I first heard rumors that it was going to be $550, and keep in mind these are only rumors, but I mean, I think we have a confirmation that it's going to be at least $500, at least. And
to be expensive.
That's expensive for a console, at least. Because I mean, I got my Xbox One for $350 when it first came out.
PS4 when it first came out, $499.
It was $4. No. The Xbox One was $500 when it came out. I got mine for $350, and at the time it came out because I got a great deal at Costco. Go Costco, but yeah, the PS4 was cheaper by $100. It was $400, and this one is just going to be way more expensive. But there's your console with the controller, and then you got the version probably with the lack of optical drives, so you can only play digital games here.
It's got more advanced technology, though. It's leaps and bounds ahead of the later consoles. So
yeah.
The price is just going to keep going up as they get more technological.
That's true, and also the fact that this whole COVID-19 thing is probably a factor. Oh, what do you guys think of the whole the digital-only console? Because I think this is the last time we're going to see consoles that even have optical drives in it.
It's disappointing. I mean, to me, I guess it's. See, the question is, I guess, whether or not we see legislation that says, you actually own a digital game now. Because the way it is, you own the license to the game, right? So for any reason, they can just say, well, you don't have the game.
Right. For instance, they stopped selling and supporting the Amazing Spider-Man 2 game, which I have on disc, so I can still play it whenever I want. But people who have it digitally, maybe not. And the same goes for a lot of games like that Tron game that a few months ago Disney didn't because all these games have DRM, and DRM essentially means that you're just licensing the game.
Yeah.
You don't own the game. You're just It's like licensing a car.
Yeah, essentially, you're not buying the game. You're buying the right to
play that game for as long as they want you to play that game. And
I do believe there is actually currently legislation being looked at least here in the U.S. about that. In that, hey, that's not really legal, just because you have people paying for a product, and as the product at least was, because of course games were not originally digital. It's like, sure, you could take down the servers and stuff, but it's like assuming the game was not all online or forced to be all online, then you would still be able to play it. And the fact that companies are going, well, we've just decided you don't get that anymore. Freaking minute, I hate for that.
I mean, look, a bunch of games.
The other thing too is selling it, right? So for right now, if you have a disc, I can say go sell it to my buddy after I'm done playing it.
Right.
With the digital game,
you can't sell it, and if you sell your account or something, they'll just ban you. You're not able to play the game at all.
Yeah, and think of it this way. Look, first off, EA recently stopped supporting Battlefront 2 and Battlefield 5, so those games are effectively dead now. Which I mean that's not a surprise. But the point is, that's the thing. You stop supporting these games, and these games just become dead, and you have it only digitally. I mean, you can still play it, but there's no online anymore.
No, that's not true. There's no
servers for Battlefield 3 and even 2, I think.
Battlefield 3 and 4 still has support, though. They haven't discontinued them, I don't believe.
But either way,
Battlefield 5 is that they're not going to produce any more content for the game. I don't think they're going to shut down.
Right here, and I have an image that's showcasing PS3, PS4, and PS5, and the Xbox 360, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X. So you got an idea of how big these consoles are, and they're going to be pretty giant. The PS5 it's not as wide, but it's taller than the PS3, which was a really big console.
The
PS5 looks massive,
and that thing also was essentially a room heater. I'm not over-exaggerating. That thing would heat up the entire room when you were playing.
With the digital rights and that kind of stuff, it does set a really bad precedent, I think, for essentially saying, well, hey, you aren't actually buying a product. You're buying the ability to use a product for whatever time frame we decide, and if for whatever reason we decide to take that product away, well, too bad. Suck it up.
Yeah, I mean...
I think that's a horrible precedent.
Here's the thing. The PS5 will be backwards compatible. So if you have old PS4 games on discs that you want to play, you'll need to get the PS5 with the optical drive in it so that you can play them.
I thought they said it would not be backwards compatible.
No, it'll be backwards compatible. They're just not going to have... Essentially, if you have a game made for the PS5, you won't be able to... They won't make a version of it for PS4. They're not going to hold... PS4 is not going to hold back the PS5 games. But the PS5 will be backwards compatible. Now, if that's to every game, I don't know.
From what I've heard is...
And this is going back to Cyberpunk, but Cyberpunk has already confirmed that I think anybody who buys the PS4 version will also have access to the...
Yes, they did. They said... Same goes with the Xbox. They said if you get the Xbox One version, you get an Xbox Series X upgrade version. So you can play it for the Xbox Series X as well. And that's really awesome of them.
Very.
It's also coming to, I think, Stadia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But yeah, so I had this image up because back in the day, I got Halo Reach, and then every now and then I'll go to my friend's house who also had an Xbox 360, and I'll just bring Halo Reach with me, or maybe a few other games like Assassin's Creed, and we'd play it there too. The days of bringing games to your friend's place is over, essentially.
Companies have been trying to destroy the reseller market for a long time. There have been games that you have to play them. Like you register it online, and then it's tied to your computer, and you can't sell it to anyone else because that code no longer functions.
Right.
Which is, it's just
silly.
It is, especially since, for example, if I brought sometimes I'd bring a game to my friend's house, and then he'd play it when I brought it over, and he's like, "Oh, this is so cool! I'm gonna get it myself so we can play together online."
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, even
it destroys like, oh, I want to try out this game. My buddy has it. Of course, I can try it out, but not anymore because
right. Like for instance, right now, if I want to say, okay, I'm gonna go to your house, we can play. I'll bring my Master Chief Collection or whatever over with me on Xbox One. We'll play it. I have to bring my entire console now.
Yeah. Which, and I think that's why
people still really enjoy that Nintendo does the slots, the game cards instead of.
Do they even for the Switch?
Yeah, they do.
You can get it digital, but they still do the games.
Okay.
So I think with them moving on, it's not going to be too many people happy.
Speaking of Switch, The Outer Worlds is coming to Switch for anyone who has it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I thought that was really cool because it's a fun game. I enjoyed it. And it's not super graphic intensive, so it should run on the Switch, even downgraded very well. So if anyone has a Switch watching, enjoy The Outer Worlds. But yeah, so the whole digital console, I'm not a fan either. I get why, because most people get their games digitally nowadays. Personally speaking, though, I'm actually in terms of getting Cyberpunk, I said I'm not pre-ordering, but when I am getting the game, I'm still debating should I get it digitally or should I get the disc. Because I like having a disc. That's just me. I grew up with discs.
I do too. It just,
like I said, it definitely physicalizes the idea that you own this game. It's not you own a license to play it.
Yep. Now, one thing I do want to touch on real quick. So with some Halo news, one thing that
the Banished
seems like it kind of snuck by in a lot of places, but so obviously, right now with the Halo game series, Halo Reach through Halo 4 is being moved over to PC to the Halo Master Chief Collection. So probably have gotten Reach, Halo 1, and Halo 2, and they're currently working on Halo 3 and then Halo 3 ODST. One bit of information they've released is that with Halo 3 ODST now, obviously right now the Master Chief Collection itself is on Xbox 360. That's already on there.
Xbox One, not Xbox 360.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have it all on Xbox One. I actually just downloaded for free Halo 3 ODST and Halo Reach for it because I haven't played it in a while.
Yep.
And it's all there for Xbox One. For PC, it's still coming. So.
Yep. So with that, one bit of information they've released is that one of the only things from those games that was not moved at all to the Master Chief Collection from the originals was Halo 3 ODST's Firefight mode, which was the originator of that mode. Halo Reach came after ODST and kind of continued it, but the mode was slightly different. The feel was different. In my opinion, it was not as fun as ODST's. Don't know if it was just how the maps were designed or what, but they have announced that they are going to be putting in ODST's Firefight mode as well into Master Chief Collection, both on PC and Xbox One here. So that is something to look forward to.
It is. It is cool. We also have some Halo news in regards to Halo Infinite possibly having the Banished in it. So the Banished are essentially like Covenant type faction. They're pretty much anti-Covenant, but they're an Covenant type faction from Halo Wars 2.
Covenant group.
Like what?
Forces occupy the ring. Within hours, it will be under our control. Humanity will burn. Their brazen defiance will be all but a memory. No more prophets. No more lies. We stand together, brothers to the end. We are his will. We are his legacy. We are the banished.
He seems nice.
He seems extremely nice.
I can't wait to meet him. No, so the Banished are a brute-led faction. They do have like grunts, jackals, and even some elites. So.
No grunts?
No, I said they have grunts, jackals.
No hunters?
They have hunters too. They got scarabs. They're essentially like, a covenant essentially, but they look cooler.
They're a covenant, but not. But like
they're a covenant, but not exactly. Oops.
Makes perfect sense because I don't think
I'm trying to see if I can find.
So, are we? Do you know? Because I haven't heard anything. Are there going to be Flood in Infinite?
It's highly rumored because the game takes place on Zeta Halos that we are aware of, which is Installation 07, which is.
Was there any Flood in Halo 4?
No, there was a game mode. There was a game mode called Flood, which was essentially just infection.
Yeah,
but that was about it.
Halo
but Halo Wars 2 actually had Flood in it through their Awakening the Nightmare DLC, which is awesome because it brought. Not only did it bring back the Flood, like the first time we've seen the Flood in new Halo stuff for since Halo 3 in terms of story narrative, but we also, because keep in mind, Halo Wars 2 takes place in the year 2559. And Halo Infinite, that we're aware of, takes place in 2562, unless we're given an updated date later. So the Flood somehow survived the explosion of High Charity and the firing of the ring in Halo 3, barely, but it was enough that when the brutes were of the Banished tried to kind of explore the remains of High Charity's wreck on Installation 00, the Ark, they got infected and spread.
Oh, okay.
Because of course,
back to Space Zero.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to find here Awakening the Nightmare. Unfortunately, yeah. But here's so this is the Banished. It's mostly brute led. Their leader is this guy, Atriox.
Was he the main guy? Did we ever get introduced to him before in any of the other games?
No, I think it was only in Halo Wars 2 he's introduced.
Okay.
And you got you got brute led group of the Banished. They go to explore High Charity. They cut through the Sentinel, essentially the Sentinel-made quarantine zone of High Charity, and as the name implies, they awaken the Nightmare. And so now it's pretty cool because now the Flood. First of all, you have the Flood on the ring. Not the ring. This is all on the Ark, by the way. This is Halo Wars 2 takes place on the Ark, and then you have the Banished versus the Spirit of Fire from Halo Wars 1. And yeah, it's so. As for them being in Halo Infinite, here's the thing. So a lot of people are theorizing that Atriox himself won't be in Halo Infinite, but the Banished will be, because not all the Banished are on the Ark. It's just his main force is, but the rest are still all over the galaxy. And then you have the Flood, which we can easily say, like, okay, there was a shield world or something, someone led the Flood. There's endless explanations for how the Flood could be back in Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
Especially considering how the Zeta Halo, which is where Halo Infinite will take place on, that we've seen so far, has a big history with the Flood. So, in terms of like humans being experimented on, like ancient humanity being experimented on with the Flood and everything. So, yeah. So this is the first time we've seen the Flood back in this, cinematic by Blur. Like, this is the first time we've seen it since. I mean, they showed the Flood a little bit in Halo Wars, which came out in 2009. But I mean, in terms of story, no one's seen the Flood since Halo 3.
Yeah, it'll definitely be. You know what? I don't want to say they should definitely go for like pure nostalgia, but it'll definitely be good.
Well, no, a lot of fans have been asking for the Flood back too. A lot of
people,
myself included, I'd love to see the Flood again, just because I love fighting them in Halo CE. So,
honestly, that original moment in Halo CE where it's like you find the recording and then just your motion sensor just gets lit up like crazy. You're just like, shit. You're just like, fuck.
You just get doors break open, you just get attacked wave after wave of infection forms. But yeah, I mean, look, the Flood got pretty powerful really quickly in Halo Wars 2 here, so. And here the Banished, you see like the Banished vehicles, or like Covenant vehicles, that they're completely modified by brutes, so they have a more harsh, metallic aesthetic. So, I mean, myself included, I'd love to see the Banished in Halo Infinite. Especially since they're definitely more Covenant-like, but they're not the Covenant. They're a different faction entirely. They're just like essentially a bunch of scavengers in terms of like what they do.
Yeah.
And they just hate humanity because that's just how they are.
Because they're aliens, and that's what aliens do.
But yeah, this is why people would want to see the Banished in Halo Infinite, and yeah, it will be cool. Especially since I was not a fan of Halo 4 and 5's Covenant. Like, we have the Covenant back, and they just call them the Covenant. Like, really? Like, didn't we play Halo 1 through 3 to destroy the Covenant? And look, I get it. When you destroy an empire like that, you're left with factions, that are split up, that just want to rebuild in their own way. The Banished aren't like that though. They're like, he's a brute that was part of the Covenant, hated, and he's like kept being sent on suicide missions, and then would then just completely he'd come back, and then he finally had enough and just started killing a bunch of elites. I think they have a clip of it here. Hold on. Here. Like, they have... So, the Banished are a pretty cool faction, and look, a lot of fans like them, so that's a good thing. Like, the fans like them, they want them in the next game, and 343 is possibly delivering on that, so... Yeah, they've been listening so far. They tweaked how everything looks. Master Chief looks like Master Chief again. Pelican looks like a Pelican again.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want them to go
based off of pure nostalgia, but it would definitely be nice if they could get the original Halo feel back.
Yes, I mean, that's why Halo Infinite is a spiritual reboot to the franchise, and a much needed.
We'll see, just because, I mean, the trailers and everything do look interesting, but at the same point, I mean, Halo 1, 2, and 3, and then ODST were made by Bungie,
and then this is Halo 3.
The Halo team split off from Bungie, made 343, but under 343 we've had Halo 4, Halo 5, which by almost everyone's account have been the worst in the entire series.
And that's
so, I mean, now maybe, it has been a good couple years here since Halo 5, so maybe they've kind of gone back to the drawing board and are going to go and be doing everything right now. But we'll kind of have to see here, just because, like I said, so far 2 out of 2, not too great. It does look like they've got some interesting stuff going on. It does look like they are trying to go back to their basics here. But we'll have to see, what actually does come out here before. I'm probably going to be waiting for any for the player reviews to come out.
Yeah, well, I'm cautiously optimistic about Halo Infinite. Everything seems to be looking good so far, but we haven't gotten a look at the gameplay yet, and that's what I'm skeptical about. Because right now, the story seems to be going in the right direction. We're going, especially since they painted themselves in a corner with Halo 5 at the whole, oh look, evil AI type of thing with Cortana's.
Well, that's going to be a question too, because it's a continuation of the story, but also supposed to be, as they're saying, a starting point for a new story. Essentially, spiritual successor, that kind of stuff there. So I'm kind of wondering, how are they going to do that? Because there's a lot of questions, essentially, going on. And it's kind of wondering, how are they going to go and make it so that you don't have to have played all the previous games and know everything about it, be able to kind of jump in, explain everything in a way everyone can understand how we got to here without it all being crazy,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and that's why I think that's probably one of the reasons why they're doing a time jump too. Because Halo 5 ended in 2558, then Halo Wars 2 was 2559, and then Halo Infinite. We don't actually know the year. I'm speculating when I say 2562. We just know that, like, when you boot up, in the most recent trailer they had, where Chief boots up his armor and you have last modified by Dr. Catherine Halsey in 2561. So it has to be after that.
Yep.
So, and it's a bit of a time jump. So I think they're using that to make it like, okay, now we're kind of recreating Halo CE. And they're really going the extra mile in recreating Halo CE. The Shadows of Reach book is coming out, where they're mimicking essentially the cover art of the original Fall of Reach book. It's coming out before the game, just like Fall of Reach did. And Halo Infinite's a launch title for a new Xbox console, just like Halo CE. So, and it's speculated that the Banished are the mysterious alien faction on Reach in the book it's on the description for the book so far.
But yeah, it'll definitely be a game that, I mean, at this point, if you buy any game based on its name
or its company, you got the wrong idea of what games are.
Wrong.
It's a gamble.
Yeah, you're inherently, it's literally gambling, right? Because, I don't know, man. Games are not, I feel like a lot of games are meant for them. Obviously, they wanted money when they were making these games, but a lot of the people who were creating the games, like say Halo, it was more passion than it was, we're going to make Halo to make money.
The way I look at it now is kind of like the film industry. Games have become mainstream, so now it's all about what can we do to make the most out of money with the least amount of effort, instead of I'm passionate about this project and I want to make it as good as I can.
Exactly.
I mean, look at EA, Ubisoft, Bethesda.
Also, that's another thing is the monetization. Like, it's also because of China. I'm going to blame China a lot here because they are to blame. Monetization in video games is a thing there, and then it became a thing here because companies saw how profitable it was overseas. They're going to try it here as well.
They want that money.
And yeah, they really want the money, and the problem is there are also a lot of games cater to Chinese audience, which means they have to get through the censorship, which means they have to be really censored. And what I'm worried about is, when do we stop making games and then Chinese versions, and when do we start making games that are just censored straight up to appease the Chinese audience? Versus, and we get those versions as well. Like, I don't want to get something that was essentially crippled from the start.
Yeah, exactly.
You're essentially crippling your own imagination by having to appease to a communist dictatorship.
And I think sorry, go for it.
I was just going to say, most of that's because China has their hands in all of the U.S. pockets, pretty much. Yeah. They own so many pieces of all these companies that they have a say. And if the company wants to make money, then they got to do what they want to do.
Yeah, they don't have their hands in the company's pockets already, then just the ability to say, hey, look, if you want to sell your video game here and access to our, how many
billion people, exactly.
If you want access to that market, you have to go and play by our rule. Otherwise, nope, you don't get it. So unless you're already on, some companies are just going from the get-go, hey, fuck you guys, you don't like our product, don't buy it. So a company wanting to do that.
Well, that's the proper reaction. Like, you don't like it, don't buy it. Which is funny, because that's what EA said about Battlefield 5 after the initial reveal trailer that showed off the female amputee British commando, and everyone's like, that's not historically accurate, and all that, and then, like, you don't like it, don't buy it. And then
you're just sexist.
Their stock's tanked 40%.
History, if you're saying this is historically accurate.
And then they blamed the game's lack of sales on single-player games like Spider-Man PS4, which made like $1 million or gajillion dollars, and also the fact that their stocks that year tanked 40%.
On that note of where EA like, oh my gosh, single player games don't make money anymore. I would love to see what Cyberpunk's like first week income values are going to be, because I mean, now they have said they do want to do a multiplayer aspect to it down the line.
But we're talking about Cyberpunk 2077.
But at launch, it is a fully single-player game, and so I'm betting it's probably going to knock The Witcher 3 out of the park.
Probably,
just because a lot of people were kind of introduced to CD Projekt Red with The Witcher, and so it'd be like, hey, they're making another game, and it's obviously not everyone who played The Witcher 3 will be into a Cyberpunk style game now. But I
think that's the thing is more people are interested in the Cyberpunk in this sci-fi setting versus the fantasy setting that The Witcher is in. So it's probably going to do well just on that alone.
I'm betting they're going to knock figures out of the park, and EA's going to be sitting there going, oh,
even then, save Cyberpunk. After EA said that, they went on to release Star Wars Fallen Order, right?
Yep.
Which, obviously, single-player game, didn't do bad. Lots of people want single-player games. It's not what...
We just want a good single-player game, not your fucking bullshit with microtransactions.
Yeah, I was going to say, and it's so incredibly hard for them to monetize and monetize not only, like, obviously they make money off the game, but now companies are it's not good enough to make money off the initial sale. It's I have to monetize something like skins or...
Well, that's another problem which we'll get into later, because I just want to continue on the Sony thing, because we kind of got a bit off topic, because so Sony revealed, we got the $700 price leak, we got the digital version, disc version. They also revealed 25 games coming to the PS5 in that Sony Future of Gaming event that we covered. We got GTA on PS5, we got GTA 5 on the PS5, we got Spider-Man Miles Morales, which I want to go into a little bit here. I have the trailer up, because there was a bunch of controversy on this game for stupid reasons. People were not sure if this was and this was mainly the Sony's fault. They never clarified if this was a standalone game or an expansion to Spider-Man PS4, like a DLC.
Yeah.
We do know it's going to be like a 10-hour game.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Right. We do know it's going to be like a 10-hour game, but we don't know if it's supposedly it's going to be its own standalone game. A spin-off game, and then they're going to have Spider-Man PS5, which is the sequel to Spider-Man PS4, come out on the PS5 later. But supposedly it's also an expansion, like just a DLC, similar to Uncharted Legacy for one of the Uncharted games, where it's like, it's a whole campaign, but it's a DLC for Spider-Man PS4. And honestly, I don't see a difference, like why it matters whether it's a full game or not. Because they're probably, regardless if it's a DLC or a standalone game, the only difference I'm seeing between the two is, are they going to charge $40 or $60?
Yep.
And this is a 10-hour game, keep that in mind, or a relatively 10-hour game. Because Spider-Man PS4 it was like 16 hours long, so it wasn't that long, but it was long enough. And then they had all the DLC there, like $20 each per DLC.
DLC was $20?
Yeah, or you can get the game now for $60, and it includes all the stuff. So, But yeah, so I mean, me personally, most of you probably know, and you guys definitely know how I feel. I don't like Miles Morales. I hate the character. He's pretty much just his existence is just to exist for Peter Parker to get killed off so he can replace him. And he's just a tokenized Peter Parker. At least, because to me, Spider-Man is Peter Parker. There is no other, or Miguel O'Hara, but that's a different, that 100 years after Peter's death.
I mean, in the main universe, understanding the multiverse, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, it's Peter Parker there, but it's like if they do want to do other stories from these other worlds, it's fine. Just you can't try to have it to where you need to tell them the story of, for example, Miles Morales, and you need to fully delve into that world, because there are specific changes of what happens in Miles Morales' version of Earth versus the main one we know of, and you got to make those clear to make it clear that it's not just, hey, we've just literally swapped out Peter Parker for Miles Morales, and that's all we've done for the changes.
Yeah.
We need to make it clear this is a different Earth. This is a
here's the thing. This was revealed. Spider-Man PS4. They did have at the end, Miles has spider powers. He got bitten in the game, and then at the end of the game, you have Peter. And throughout the DLC as well, you have Peter kind of training him to become a Spider-Man. So I'm guessing in the sequel, assuming they don't kill off Peter Parker, it would be awesome if they have co-op.
Yeah.
Because I actually designed this co-op Spider-Man game a few years ago. I still have all the paperwork I made. I never pitched the idea to anyone, but I'd love a co-op Spider-Man game. I don't care if it's Miles Morales. Yeah, I just won't play as him. I'd prefer to play as Peter Parker, but I mean, at least this way I can play Spider-Man with friends, and actually you have two Spider-Men on the screen. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
But this just seems like it's going to be, just Spider-Man PS4, but you're playing as Miles Morales. Well yeah,
seeing
something else.
That's the problem.
Well, Spider-Man PS4 came out, I would say, relatively recently in the
2018.
Space.
It was September 2018. So.
Yeah, so relatively recently compared to how games. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to expand on it.
So this is that's why people like this is probably a DLC, because it's only been 2 years, and this is coming out this year, holiday season. I think.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how they're going to expand on it, but they'll have to do something.
Here, holiday 2020.
It's going to be a flop.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of people, for some reason, like Miles Morales. That's fine. You can like the character. I'm just going to point out what it is. He's a bad character. He was written by an Brian Michael Bendis, I think, is overrated. He's an overrated writer. But, it's... Yeah, I don't know. There's just so much that I'm just not going to say for time's sake. Because... look, that's fine. If he gets his own game, I don't care. That's fine. It just means I'm not going to play it. I mean, even if I can't anyways, because I don't have a PS5 or a PS4. But, I mean, even if I had, I wouldn't get it because I'm just not a fan of this character, so why would I want to play it?
Yeah. And
I'm just hoping that it's not they're going to kill off Peter Parker again, and then replace him with Miles Morales again. So... And especially since, in Ultimate Comics, which is where Miles originated and where they killed Peter Parker to replace him, they actually did a storyline where he came back, where Peter Parker came back. It turns out he wasn't dead. And I was reading it. It was actually good. And then at the end, they kind of just do this, no, Miles, you're a better Spider-Man. I'm just going to go off with Mary Jane and have a happy ending. Or something. And then they just completely... And then the next issue, they, completely destroyed the Ultimate Universe and merged Miles Morales into the mainstream universe because of this whole giant crossover event they were doing. So it's essentially... Now Peter Parker is dead again. The universe he was in is gone too. And now we have Miles Morales essentially as a permanent replacement. And yeah, you still have mainstream Peter Parker in the comics, but I mean, let's face it. Spider-Man in the comics for the last 20 years has not been Spider-Man. I would say after 95, almost every comic book character has stopped being the comic book character they were. The writing just completely took a giant left turn. Or right turn.
So, I mean, it's sort of understandable. It's so hard when the original person who wrote it, and they wrote it for so long.
Or even I guess, people with like minds, I guess. Even then, you get one person who starts to write it, and it just takes the character.
Yeah,
it's obvious. It's obvious that it's not the same character.
No, but when you have Stan Lee started writing Spider-Man, then you had guys. He was not writing it up until '90s. He started in the '70s.
But like I said, there's obviously like-minded people. I guess people who...
There are people that like the character versus people that
understand the character versus this guy writes comics. Let's get him in for Spider-Man.
Exactly. It's that the lack of passion we were discussing earlier. There was no you love this character. I love Spider-Man. I know the character. I can write for him, and I'm not tooting my own horn here. I do feel like I could.
Yeah.
The problem is
everyone
thinks the
artists don't like to do the same thing as someone before them, so
True.
They'll take the character and then they'll try to change it so it's their version.
I'll be honest, I've made my own version of some aspects of Spider-Man's classic costume, but they're not overtly changed. It's not the 2014-15 costume that you saw from Spider-Man where it's metallic and everything. It's still the classic Spider-Man costume from the 80s. With the giant big McFarlane eyes and everything. I just made the spider symbols my own version of them. That's about it. That's really the only change I did. Because, why would I want to change something? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? That doesn't mean I can... Because every artist has so far, if you look at Romita, or Ditko, or McFarlane, or Bagley, all these artists that worked on Spider-Man through the 60s to the 90s, they each have their own version of the spider symbol, their own version of whether the webbing pattern on the suit is a lot of webbing or it's a bit more spread out and more simple, like Romita. The eyes usually change. Romita had the smaller eyes. McFarlane made the eyes huge. And then the spider symbol on the back and front will change every now and then depending on the artist. But aside from that, those are small things that make a big difference. But when you still look, you can compare images of, Romita Spider-Man versus McFarlane. You still see Spider-Man. You just see, the eyes are a bit different, and the spider symbol is similar, but has a little bit differences. It's a little bigger, And there's also comic book explanations for it too, like the McFarlane suit. He made the first time you see McFarlane's version of Spider-Man in his classic red and blue. It was in an issue where he just burned his... he had a cloth version of the black suit, and he burned that, and then he made... And then, the next issue, he just finished making a new red and blue costume. So that was, so that's that, and I'm going on a huge tangent here, sorry, but the whole point is you have people who are passionate about it and want to... They want to continue writing what was great, but they also want to evolve the character a bit, Sal Buscema and Walt Simonson did that for Thor in the 80s. They did a fantastic Thor run where it was still Thor, but they developed his character further. McFarlane and David Michelini did the same thing for Spider-Man in the 80s and 90s. David Michelini is probably one of my favorite writers on Spider-Man because of how well he did at least in the 80s and early 90s, because of how he wrote, Mary Jane and Peter Parker and their marriage and everything. It's they developed the character. Keep in mind, Spider-Man only started in the 60s in high school, and then you have him throughout college, and then later after college, and at a job, and it's pretty cool to see that. And he's still Peter Parker, he's still Spider-Man, but you can also develop the character, you have him grow, and you don't see that anymore. Now it feels like they took a giant step backwards.
Well, I don't even think so. What you were saying was about the passion. I don't think it's a lack of passion, because I think there are still passionate people. I think it's in the same thing for video games. It's the shift from it being more of an art to being more of a product. Yeah, it's always going to be a product. You have to sell it, but it goes from being something that you want to sell your art to being you have to sell a product, right?
Yeah, it's no longer an art form. It's now a form of making money, and that's true.
Yeah.
Look, you can have it be both, but you can't have it be you can have it be an art form and not make money. That's kind of what fan stuff is. But
yeah, but it's kind of hard. Obviously, right?
Obviously, you want it to make money, but in order to have it make money, you need it to be good. And if you're just, for example, a lot of the stuff Marvel's pushing right now, like the New Warriors, which supposedly actually got canceled.
Well, I think
we'll go into that later, because now we'll continue this later, because this is going into the comic stuff that we have lined up later. So to continue the Sony stuff, they also did Gran Turismo 4. They got Gran Turismo 4. 7. Sorry, 7. I'm looking at different games.
I was about to say.
Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, Project Athia, Stray, Returnal, Sackboy: A Big Adventure, Destruction All Stars, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits, Goodbye Volcano High, Oddworld, Soulstorm, Ghostwire Tokyo, Jet the Far Shore, Godfall, Solar Ash, Hitman 3, Astro's Playroom, Little Devil Inside, NBA 2K21, Bugsnax, Demon Souls Remake, Deathloop, Village, Resident Evil, Pragmata. Oh, actually, it's Resident Evil 8 Village. Pragmata, and Horizon Forbidden West, which is the Horizon Zero Dawn sequel. So, I don't know about you, but really, aside from Hitman, that was really the only game that stood out to me as like, oh cool, we're getting a new Hitman. Aside from that, I really didn't care about any of the other games.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't play the original Horizon Zero Dawn.
I played a little bit.
Super good, so.
I played a little bit of it at my friend's place because he has a PS4, and it's fine.
Maybe I'll play when it comes to PC.
It is, yeah, that's true. It's coming to PC. So is the try to
I wonder if they're going to release the new one then on PC, or they're going to
another 4 years. Wait 4 years and then it'll probably come out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I mean, look, I don't know if the Hitman 3 game is supposed to be a whatchamface, a Sony exclusive, or if that's just, you know, they were announcing it there. Because I have Hitman 1 and Hitman 2 on Xbox One. So I'm hoping it's not an exclusive, because that would suck. Because I like the new Hitman games that have been coming out without the subtitles. They're actually really fun, and they're funny too when you're playing them not the way that game tells you to. Like when you and your friends start playing Hitman, and then you do one of the escalation missions, but instead you make up your own escalation by saying that you have to go around punching everyone and not get shot at.
Yeah.
You know, like there's a lot of. Look, the game is mostly like you learn patterns and then you exploit them. That's pretty much the basis of the game, and it's then pretty comical at times. Like you can dress yourself up, you can disguise yourself as a giant flamingo. And obviously there's a lot of references to different movies and such, but yeah, we got the Hitman 3 announcement teaser. It kind of reminds me of the Hitman 2016 announcement teaser that we got, the cinematic, so, I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm sure the game's going to be similar to Hitman 2, which is Hitman 1. So.
I haven't really looked at the other Hitman Online game at all. Is that they still releasing content for that? Is there pretty much
Hitman Online?
Yeah, they had a Hitman, but it was like a...
The episodic one, yeah, so that was Hitman 2016. Yeah. That was episodic. I got it in 2018, so it came with all the stuff already in it, including DLCs.
Are they still creating content for that game? Or
no, they stopped like somewhere in early 2018. Then they had 2000, and then Hitman 2 came out 2018 as well. I don't know if they're still making content for that. They could be, but now we have a release for Hitman 3. So, and Hitman 2 actually has all the Hitman 1 maps in it as well. So. Oh, they're fun games. Yeah, they were episodic when they came out. That's why if you're gonna get these Hitman games, I would advise just getting it after they come out, like a year after they come out.
Yeah. At
least, like I did, because I ended up getting Hitman 1 with everything in it. I mean, it was $50, but I got everything in it. I didn't have to pay extra or whatever.
Instead of having to pay every single time.
Because they were doing episodic, so essentially every mission was coming out on like a monthly basis or something. Alright, but yeah, so we got a bunch of games. As I said, like Hitman was the only one that stood out to me. I also saw Deathloop. It looked interesting, but probably not going to get it. But yeah, like for example, on the Spider-Man Miles Morales game, we've been told it's a standalone game by Insomniac, which is the developer, but no one really knows.
Yeah.
We just know that it's about 10 hours long in terms of a game.
No, it's a Miles Morales Spider-Man that is stand.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, and we talked about Sony's inconsistent censorship. And EA's putting their games back on Steam again. And they also released FIFA for PC, except it's the old one. Like, it's not. When I say like, oh look, FIFA's now on PC, like, first of all, who cares? But second of all, because who cares? Who plays FIFA? But also, it's not like, oh, it's the newest FIFA game coming to PC. No, it's like the one from like 2 years ago now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a interesting approach, I guess.
And hold on, let me just find something real quick.
Hey, I think I'm actually gonna have to head out here. Sorry to leave on you guys early. But, yeah, I guess I'll see you guys on the podcast next month.
Alright.
Later, man.
Later. Okay, so this is all I'm going to say in regards to EA's Squadrons game that's coming out, is this footage here. That's all.
Now, one of the things with that Squadrons game, it looks like that's going to be a 5v5, so not too much opportunities there for anything large scale, even if they have like some
it's a
AI
$40
just
game
simply
too.
helping you.
It's also only $40 game. Okay, so here's another topic we have. AT&T is in talks to sell off Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. In that deal, that could value the gaming business at as much as $4 billion, according to according to reports. CNBC reported that Take-Two Interactive Software Incorporated. So, yeah, so AT&T currently owns Warner Brothers, currently owns a lot of, Warner Brothers in DC right now, so, like Warner TV was now called Spectrum, AT&T, and so they're probably going to sell Warner Brothers games, like, the studio that made, the Arkham games, and possibly had a Superman game in the works, which they then canceled. So, whether this is a good thing or not, no one really knows. But yeah, it's, I don't know. Here's the article. So, we also got some news in regards to Activision Blizzard, because the shareholders are mad at the CEO, Bobby Kotick, and his compensation. So, essentially, CEOs get paid a lot, and I mean, like, they get paid in the millions, if not billions. Like, especially with Activision Blizzard. And Activision Blizzard, was it last year, 2 years ago? They fired 800 or so workers. I think it was like 775 workers they fired.
Yeah.
After a record year. Because they fired all of them because they're having a record year, and all the executives got huge bonuses, but they just fired all their workers so they didn't have to pay them.
So,
they easily could have kept them on if the executives took a pay cut, which they desperately need to. And the shareholders are kind of pissed about this.
It should be.
Because they get paid way too much. Like, think of it this way. right now, a lot of industries are losing money. And they could easily keep their employees by just taking pay cuts for the executives and distributing that to the workers. But that's not the case, unfortunately. Like, look at this, in a statement GameSpot, Activision Blizzard said, in a statement to GameSpot, Activision Blizzard said, during Mr. Kodak's tenure, which is the longest of any CEO of a public technology company, Activision Blizzard's market capitalization has increased from less than $10 million to over $53 billion.
Jeez. Now, one question I would have for that, too, is with some of that, how many, and this is more in general here, how many of these CEOs and stuff are being paid in stock options? So then if the company does well, because, from what I understood, that's how at least many companies do it, is that you get paid in stock options by and large, so that way if the company does well, due to, essentially your management of it, then you do well, and then you can sell this, some of those stock options to make your money. And then, of course, if the company does badly, well, you're doing badly then.
Hard question.
How dare you have a question? No, go ahead. But yeah, I like what this article's saying. How they have a record year, and then they just they lay off 100 staff, and okay, it was last year, 2019, but they like that can become a deeper problem, as they're saying in the article. That's not.
Basically, it sounds like what it seems like it might have been. We did really good. We made lots of money. We don't want to share it. We're going to get rid of all of people.
Like, what the fuck?
You just give all of them the boot, and this way you don't have to pay them. And unfortunately, this isn't the first time we've covered employees getting screwed by the execs. Remember Borderlands 3 devs? They were supposed to get that giant bonus, and they never did, even though the game did really well. So, in other great news, Microsoft shuts down Mixer only months after $30 million Ninja deal. Many streamers were not warned. And now Microsoft's Mixer is now it's merged with Facebook Gaming. So essentially, if you were on Mixer, you're now on Facebook Gaming. But almost everyone was not that uses the platform had no warning. So, and now Mixer's shut down and partners with Facebook. So. I mean, I never used Mixer, but that kind of sucks. Just because I hate that Twitch and YouTube kind of have a monopoly on the streaming market here. But that's pretty much all we have on that. I mean, there's nothing new. We have some news. Oh, more bad news from Blizzard. Blizzard tries and fails to blacklist Hearthstone pro player after his wife criticized the company.
What?
I am not making this stuff up.
I mean, now to be fair, this is just a headline, which means there's probably more to it than that.
No, I have all the news sources. I have all the sources. Okay, I have the sources here somewhere. I made sure to include them because I hardly believed the story when I heard it. So, they should be on the screen now? Yeah, they're on the screen now. So, essentially, the wife criticized... She was one of the layoffs, of those 100 layoffs, like 800 layoffs. Mm-hmm. She was one of them. And she criticized the company, and now her husband is banned from the game.
Jeez.
That's lawsuit.
Yes, it is. And I'm just going to pretty much do a bit of a slideshow of all these images that I have to give props to Yonkia for reporting on this. But I mean, like, this is some pretty messed up stuff. Like, really? essentially he's getting banned because he's like, and that's not exactly like. That is messed up. There's no way to rationalize it.
Oh, retaliation. If the company is firing him to get back with his wife for talking bad about their company, that's called retaliation, and that is an easy cut and dry.
Like, and when he asked about it, it's like, no, apparently you didn't sign an NDA thing that was never brought up, and it wasn't even a normal like NDA. It's essentially they just screwed him over because of who he's married to, and that's really messed up. So if anyone wants to read all this, I've kind of already. So, but yeah, that's not right. That's really not right. Here's a actual article I have on it, so let me put that up. Because they have this thing called Every Voice Matters. Oops. There's this plaque here called Every Voice Matters. It's like someone should cover that with duct tape or something. And this has nothing to do with the article, I guess it's just this. So, yeah, that kind of sucks. Also, this isn't really gaming news, but I'm covering it because, so apparently Angry Joe was Me Too'd recently.
Who is Angry Joe?
The YouTuber of the Angry Joe Show. He does reviews and stuff. He's actually pretty good. And so he was accused of sexual harassment for going essentially on a date with someone that ended up leading to nothing. Like, nothing happened on the date. And from the reports I've seen, it's like she had a boyfriend at the time and didn't mention it.
Who?
The chick that's accusing him of sexual harassment. Like, essentially they met up. They met up, nothing happened, and now 2 years later, this is 2018 when they met. Like, this is what it is.
Jeez.
And nothing happened, and Joe finally came out with a statement. And it's just so annoying to see this constantly happening, because you have, essentially, it's not so much like whether it's true or not doesn't matter. I'm just out to destroy your life. It's essentially how I see it with all this.
Well, especially with the culture that's popped up largely because of Me Too, or rather what Me Too became. It's become very much a thing of, by and large, for many organizations, there's been an accusation against you. We don't care if it is factual or not. The very fact that you have the stigma about you with it means we're dropping you and everything in regards to you. We don't even care if you get exonerated. We want nothing to do with you anymore. And that seems to happen in a lot of places, whether it's the workplace, whether it's sponsoring, whether it's any number of things. I remember hearing, on a similar note, there was, I forgot what it was. I think it was something with like Coors Light or something, like some beer company or something. And a guy was like a guy had like been raising money, and it was originally for like, hey, donate to like this GoFundMe to buy me a beer or something like that. And a lot of minorities and guys like, hey, I'm going to be actually donating this money to charity here. And then the beer company that he was saying, like, hey, I wanted to buy the beer from, was like, hey, that's a cool thing. We're going to go and match your donation. We're going to make a donation in your name and match that. And then like
some, and like, they were going to give him like a year's worth of free beer, usual little like goodies and stuff like that, and then some random accusation or something like that popped up, and again, largely unsubstantiated, and the beer company was like, again, I think it was Coors Light, but whatever it was, they were like, now I will say the company did still make the donation, but they're like, we're pretty much cutting all ties to you. Do not contact us. You're getting nothing from us. Goodbye. And it's like, now I'm not saying obviously that they, they didn't have any requirement in the first place to have anything to do with them, but it's like, at the same point, just in so many cases, just the mere fact that the accusation has been made without any kind of claim or proof or anything further than just someone saying, well, they did it, and nothing further than that, no investigation, no waiting for any kind of facts, is enough to go and blacklist people, most often guys, in society, and have people, like I said, losing jobs, ruining lives. I mean, it's, in my opinion, it's very ridiculous. Just because it's like, I'm sorry, you cannot claim to be for justice if you go and say, well, the mere fact that you were accused is enough to lose, to wreck your life in some cases. And it's like, well, wait a minute. What about innocent until proven guilty? No, that's not good enough. We must have, I mean, not to segue too much here, but the idea of social justice in and of itself, the idea that justice, the justice system, is not enough. And now I will admit, the U.S. justice system does have its problems and does, in many ways, need some overhauls there. But the idea that the solution to those issues is a mob justice, because that's really what it is. It's a mob justice. We don't need evidence. We're just going after you anyways. We're going to ruin your life in any way we possibly can because, again, we know you did whatever bad thing. It's ridiculous. And again, flies in any attempt to be unbiased, to be actually impartial, fair. It throws all that out the window.
Yep.
Not too much there.
No, you're absolutely right. It's ridiculous. Also, like, I feel like I'm in a Star Trek episode where it's like, we're on an alien civilization where instead of innocent till proven guilty, it's guilty till proven innocent or something.
Oh yeah.
It's like one of those Star Trek episodes.
Unfortunately, too, with America's justice system, going back to the issues with it, you have a lot of people that, much rather than having any kind of a system to where you would rehabilitate people to go and allow them to return to society as a better person and able to not go and commit crimes, you instead have people much more focused on a punitive, on a vengeful system, which is, we don't care what you necessarily did, we just want to hurt you, because you have a lot of people, and I think in a lot of cases it's the case where, vicariously or not, you have people who themselves want the excuse to be able to hurt others, to lash out at others, because, I mean, we're humans. We are flawed beings sometimes, and one of those things is that vengeance, the idea of it, feels great. That, hey, I'm finally getting revenge for whatever the fact that you didn't get enough hugs as a kid, or little Timmy knocked down your school books in the hallway one too many times, who was an asshole in 8th grade, or whatever the fuck. Well, maybe the idea that you have a approved target now that you can lash out at because, they must be a rapist. So and so accused them, so it's okay to go and do horrible things to them because it's approved. They are less than human now. It's literally just an excuse for other people to go and essentially be their own asshole that they've always wanted to be, but it's okay now. It's an approved target.
And like I'm reading this, part of the article here where they have an image of his tweet. Like she's even backpedaling because everyone's like because she story. I read. First of all, she deleted all the original story stuff that she posted, so I didn't show it because I never took. I don't look on Twitter. I found out through some video. I guess we can watch the video. But I mean, that's no point. This is kind of already over. This is the most relevant, news of the story at this point. And yeah, it's like she deleted all of her stuff because it had so many holes in it.
Oh yeah,
there's so many holes.
Well, the fact too that people do this stuff and then they try to back and go, "Oh, that wasn't what I meant." It's like you literally just tried to ruin someone's life. I mean, literally, people have committed suicide over this because of the way other people treat them. Because again, approved target, and you want to just try to backtrack away from them and go, "Oh, no."
It's also speculated that she was doing this to boost her own channel.
That kind of stuff. I mean,
that's also pretty.
I mean, the shallowness of people to do stuff like that.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Well, at least he's taking the proper legal action, and things seem to be simmering down now. But I just thought it was worth mentioning because of this specific problem kind of has been already, solved and closed, but the problem itself hasn't. Like, this isn't an isolated thing by any stretch. This is happening all the time now, and that's the problem. As you said, everyone's now guilty till proven innocent when it comes to sexual harassment. You can be if I put my hand on you and then or someone and it's like, oh, sexual harassment, even though. Like what? Is it? It's just safer not to talk to women now, right? That's pretty much.
Okay, it's getting fucking stupid. And of course, it's not even most people that do it, but when one accusation, kind of like I said, it can ruin your life, get people fired, blacklisted in their occupation. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it can literally ruin your life. It has literally driven people to suicide and worse here, and it seems like by and large, at least the media just kind of goes, cost of business. Haha, oh well, next victim.
So the media is just another clickbait ad.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And moving on though, to something a little, I don't want. Good news. So the loot boxes in serious. Okay, the UK's House of Lords is classifying loot boxes as gambling because they are gambling. Finally, some good news on that front. So let me just put the article up there. And we've talked about this to death in every episode so far. I mean, we've said, gambling is something you have to be 21 and over to do. Make it a rated M game if it has gambling. I don't care if it's like a rated E game, but it has gambling.
Not even make it.
Whatever older ones. Adults only. Yeah. Make it adults only because that's what gambling is. It's for adults only.
Absolutely.
You can play a little blackjack or something on your iPad or whatever, but it's not with real money.
Especially when with a lot of these games they are specifically geared towards kids. Because like with gambling, it's like I mean, gambling itself is a very real issue when it gets out of control. And of course, you can gamble in moderation, of course, but it's a very well known addiction with adults. And when it's being geared towards kids,
yes, and kids have this addiction.
Developing. They don't have necessarily the same cognitive abilities, the
mental blocks,
in their mind or strength of mind to go and be resisting this stuff. And it's like, I mean, it's abhorrent, really.
Yeah, and it's not just that too. It's also, yes, we have people who are we have gamers there's stories of gamers who are addicted, who are gamblers. They have an addiction, and this doesn't help them. And then you also have stories about like kids playing, FIFA or whatever EA sports game on their phone, trying to get their favorite player, and not realizing they just spent $1,600 of their parents' money trying to get their favorite player. Because how did the kids know this is real money? I'm not saying all kids are dumb. Some kids will realize it, and some kids might be smart enough, but that's not enough to be like, okay, some kids might realize it. That's good enough. No, it's better to take the risk of all kids are stupid and just go that way, because at least this way you don't run the risk of some kids spending their entire allowance or their parents' entire bank account or whatever into a game, not realizing it. Especially since this is worse than gambling, because at least gambling you have, whether it be the illusion or real, that's been up to debate for years. But at least you have some level of control, whether it's illusionary or not. If you're pulling a slot machine, you pull the slot machine. You choose when to pull the slot machine, and you get money out of it. Like I can put 1 quarter in and get, say 5 quarters back. Now, with loot boxes, you give them $18 or $5 or whatever it is, and you get just digital something. You get a digital gun, in a video game. That in 2 years the video game is going to be useless because the next version of it's going to be out, and you're going to want that one instead.
Yeah.
That's what and even though all these live service games they'll be around for 10 years, and you can play they already killed Battlefield 5. I mean,
even if a game is alive for 10 years, that's money you're never going to get back. Whatever you bought for that loot box, that has zero value.
Enjoy using that digital gun.
You can't sell it. So
yeah, and it's not resellable either. You can't just okay, I want to sell this gun to someone else or something. Nope, you stuck. And that's the problem. And it gets and this is a little off topic from loot boxes, but just monetization in general. Like gaming today, like Valorant. We covered Valorant 2 months ago when they had the whole anti-cheat software that was start up your computer and had access to your kernel files and that whole hoopla. But apparently they have their own little microtransaction store where you can buy a blue gun for fucking $50. It's not just a gun. It's a blue version of a gun for $50 or more, like $51 or $52. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I usually don't swear, but are you freaking kidding me right now? I bought X-Men Origins Wolverine Uncaged, which is actually a fun-ass game if you're a comic book fan. Because it has nothing to do with the movie. It just has the title in it, but aside from that, it's pretty much a comic book Wolverine game. If I bought that game for $13. I bought Assassin's Creed Brotherhood for 40 cents used.
Yeah,
you can get games cheaper than you can for that gun. I got Titanfall for $3.
Your Valorant is free to play, right? Like League of Legends.
So. Yeah, it's the same guys. Yeah.
You have to know that they're going to have some kind of macro
transactions. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
Color for a color is.
No, look, I know that they're going to have that because it's a free-to-play game, and you're absolutely right to call them macro transactions because Jesus Christ, but $50 really? I mean, it's bad enough that Fallout 76 charged you $18 for blue armor. Now you're charging $50? Does no one see anything wrong with this? This is not...
And really, the sad thing is, how many people do they have trying out Valorant just because Riot Games made it? There is a percentage that they can probably calculate of people who will buy that.
Right. Which will okay it in their eyes, and then they'll keep doing it. And that's the problem. Because look, 5 years ago, you did not have macro transactions that were that high in price. You still had them, but not that high in price. They're getting higher every day.
A subset of people in that company, they're like,
I know it's outrageous, but let's just put it out there and see if people buy it.
Yeah,
and then after the outrage comes out, we'll lower the price to something convenient.
or smaller, but we'll still get that big chunk of money because that's really all we care about.
Yeah, and then we have stuff like look, I find $5 outrageous. You should not be charging $5 for a game you already purchased.
A college game,
free-to-play
99 cents.
Yeah, seriously, 99 cents is even pushing it. That's because we see it a lot in games that are not free to play. At this point, games are essentially free to play.
Yeah.
So
Really?
yeah. So back to the whole loot box thing. They're actually calling them what they are. They're calling them loot boxes, and it's nice to see that. I know here in the U.S. they're trying to get that as well. Like there was something, right? A senator was trying to get loot boxes passed as gambling, like a bill against loot boxes or something, regulation law or whatever. I haven't heard anything new on it in months, but yeah, it is gambling. So this is good. This is kind of a win for us that the UK is doing this. And this is the first. Like, we have other countries that have already done it. Belgium, for one, has already essentially, it's illegal to have loot boxes in a game in that country. I think France did it too. But the problem is, gaming is really big. I don't know how big gaming is there, whereas it's really big in UK and the US, and that's where it matters.
Yeah.
Plus, it didn't stop EA trying to get their loot box gambling games into the Belgium anyway, saying like, we don't care about your laws. I think that was an actual article a few years ago. But anyway, on the subject of League of Legends now includes unskippable in-game ads.
Hooray!
I am not shitting you. I don't understand what this is. Like, supposedly this is a screenshot in the game?
Jeez.
Okay, yeah, so, Tencent owns Riot Games. Riot Games has even got League of Legends on ESPN. So now they're getting advertisers. That's MasterCard. They've got a beer company. I forget which one it was. Bud Light, I think. They are trying to break into the advertising market because they want to make more money. Insurance. There's an insurance company too that is giving them money for.
To be honest, I'm not surprised that they would that. Yeah, I would honestly expect more and more in video games to be seeing companies going, "Hey, we're going to go and have in-game ads that change." Just like even just putting things. You have like a little sideband run, like a, if you're playing a shooter or something like that, you have a billboard somewhere, and the billboards change every month or whatever with whoever's giving them money.
Yeah. And since they're actually getting into broadcast television, it's just going to get worse for Riot Games, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and this is what I was looking for. This article here from a year or two ago, because this isn't new. Remember, NBA 2K19 had unskippable ads in a basketball game that you paid $60 for.
Well,
actually, I should say
League of Legends get the pass on that kind of because they're free.
This is still... Yeah, this is...
I mean, any game that you pay $60 for, an ad that you can't skip I find that unacceptable. Yeah. But in a free-to-play game, I can kind of see it because, they've got to make revenue, but at the same time, they have their own in-game money store.
Right, so, that's kind of the thing. Yeah, so, NBA 2K19, it was a $60 game, and they had... unskippable ads on top of all the microtransactions and loot boxes. So, yeah. And some more good news though in regards to loot boxes. Apparently, Crash 4, whatchamface? Well, I'm blanking on the name of the game. Yeah, but Crash Bandicoot, that was it. Crash Bandicoot 4 will not have microtransactions. Apparently it was believed that it would. It will not have microtransactions in it now. So, yeah, here you got developer It's About Time developer Toys for Bob has said that the upcoming platformer will not feature microtransactions. The studio saw fit to set the record straight after the game's Microsoft Store listing noted in-app purchases. We're seeing confusion about microtransactions in Crash Bandicoot 4 and want to be crystal clear. There are no microtransactions in Crash 4. As a bonus, the totally tubular skins are included in all digital versions of the game, the developer states on Twitter. We suppose that's that then, but let's not forget that Crash Team Racing Nitro Fuel didn't have microtransactions at launch either. They were added more than a month after the racer's release. As such, it's hard not to be at least a little bit wary of Activision's antics. And that says it right there. You know, and that's the thing too. Is like a lot of games have been doing this. You know, they after release they add all the stuff. This way, the reviews are in when the game launches, and it's good. Everyone likes it. Then after reviews are all in, they start adding all the stuff that the reviewers would hate.
Yeah.
Microtransactions, DRMs, whatever. And it's becoming too common, and I hate it. We also have a Need for Speed crossplay, so let me just bring that article up. So, Need for Speed Heat gets crossplay, the first EA game to do so. I figured it was worth mentioning because I like crossplay. I like that being able to. I like being able to play a game across platforms with other people, especially since some of my friends don't all play on PC. So, of course, I don't have crossplay for any of the games that I actually play, which is unfortunate. But maybe the more we see crossplay become a normal. Yeah.
I would say that the gap between a PC and a console gets smaller and smaller. The games that support crossplay will become more.
Yeah. Well, of course, though, the PC stuff will be next year. The PC stuff will be blowing new gen consoles out of the water. So
true, but I mean, the hardware under the hood is more similar now than it's ever.
Yes. Yeah.
In terms of like compatibility between the way a console functions and a PC functions, there should be less that a developer has to do to make something work on a console and a PC. So maybe it'll make things less complicated.
All right. We also have so the Fallout TV series. I haven't watched the trailer yet. But there is a little trailer for the Fallout TV series, and this is pretty much it. It's like a little short thing. Actually, I think this is footage from Fallout 4. Isn't this footage from Fallout 4? Like the prologue sequence?
Yes.
Okay. So this isn't the actual teaser, but they're coming out with a Fallout TV series, which, I don't know, could be good.
Given how badly Fallout 4 itself was, and then on top of that 76, and their abhorrent decision-making at every single level of the game and everything that's come from the game there, I gotta say, I'm not looking forward to anything Bethesda does in any way, shape, or form. So, I mean, I'm hoping that I could be pleasantly surprised by it, but as it is, I'm assuming it's going to be an absolute fucking dumpster fire.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way.
The way I look at it is, so it's being produced, or at least it's coming out on Amazon Prime, so
right.
I give them a plus on there because, you know, Amazon and Netflix usually have more freedom in what they can do than like a TV broadcast show.
Right, like, for example, cable they have restrictions.
Right, and on top of that, so the game is garbage. Pretty much any
TV show that I've seen from a game that's good ends up being crap. So maybe the opposite can be true here.
I'm hoping. The only thing I can say is Halo Legends, and that's not really a TV show, just a bunch of shorts. But and those are all fantastic. I personally love the Babysitter short, but yeah. I'm also concerned because it's being made by the same guys that did Westworld. Now, Westworld, apparently, I haven't watched it. I don't know if you guys have.
I watched the first season, and I enjoyed it.
Okay, so I heard the first season was good, but I heard the second season got really woke and politically correct and really awful.
Yeah,
and the third season isn't doing any better.
That does not make me excited for it now. Thanks.
Sorry. But the third season I heard is not any better, and so I'm concerned in regards of... I'm hoping it's good, because I heard season 1 of Westworld is good. Was very well
received. If they can kill all the political bullshit out of it, then it has a chance. If they put that stuff in there, then it's going to be a garbage show.
Here's all the Fallout's politics are kind of similar to reality right now.
Fallout aesthetic is a caricature of the of 1950s America, coupled with the Red Scare taken to extremism. So it's like, on that note, if they can keep in that lane of politics, it could be decent. But as you've seen with a lot of stuff, a lot of these producers and stuff, they can't fucking resist shoving their own shit in there, and then they go, why didn't people like this when we're making them suck our political dick, so to speak? Why aren't people liking this and buying it? I fucking wonder.
Yeah,
stop shoving your own shit in there. Just write a decent story. Stick to your source material, and in that same theme, don't go and be adding your own special sauce to the mix. Like, come on. But like I said, we'll have to see. But it's like, if they can stick to that Fallout aesthetic, it could theoretically be decent. But as we've seen with so much nowadays, it seems like it's really, really hard for some of these people to resist going and shoving their opinion everywhere they can.
I don't want to point fingers, but there is a group of political-minded people that have control of most of the media, and that is why most of the shows have
you can say whatever
that
you
kind
want.
of political leaning.
I'll upload it again. That's
the whole reason why I've been pleasantly surprised by, like, the Witcher TV series, The Mandalorian. Those were, at least so far, again, we've only got one season of each of those, and typically speaking, season 2 is oftentimes stuff goes downhill. But at least so far, they're telling good stories in their universe using that source material there, without going in and shoving their political opinions down everyone else's throat, going, this is what you were expected to believe this way, otherwise you are horrible. Like, no, come on, leave that shit out of there.
It's supposed to be escapism. Leave it escapism.
Well, that too. It's like, just write a decent story. You can't, and going back on the note of, like, social justice and stuff like that, it's like, when you make a character, if you're like, hey, we need diversity in our character and stuff like that, you can't write a character who the defining attribute of the character is, I am black. That's not a character. That's a caricature. If part of the character is they are black, and because of that, they've had unique struggles and issues in their life, but that's not but their defining characteristic is their defining characteristic is, they didn't have a dad growing up, and because dad was in jail, and because of that, then they encounter these other these other issues in life. Sure, you can make a decent character like that, but they have to be deeper than just I am black.
Right, like that's...
Or I am a woman, or I am a lesbian.
Like, that's my problem with Miles Morales. That's also the problem with, like, for example, look, like, we talked about this before, like, when they announced the whole, Eternals movie, and how they're gonna have a gay character. It's like, okay, your character being gay is just, that's not a character, that's not a character, that's a character trait. That's not.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not essentially. If your character's just I'm gay, that's the entire character. That's not a good character. That's a poorly written, one-dimensional piece of crap. What you need is a character that
for example, one thing that was if for anyone who watched the Deadpool movies, and I think it was introduced in Deadpool 2, you had the one I forgot who was it. Was it the
teenager, Negasonic Teenage Warhead? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like she was going and dating the one Japanese girl, and it was just treated as, oh, this is just her girlfriend. They're together. Okay, and it's like that was
exactly. It wasn't in your face.
Here's a side note of the story. And it wasn't like focused heavily on it. It was like, oh, look at them, they're gay. Focus on it. Oh,
like Batwoman.
Oh yeah, here's your girlfriend.
Batwoman is a good example of a bad example. I know that's the tagline for Deadpool, but let's be honest, Deadpool's a good example of a good movie. Both of them are.
Yeah,
whether you like the first or second one or not, they're both good, enjoyable movies. Batwoman, the TV show, is a piece of crap. We'll get into that later though, because actually I have Batwoman news. But yeah, back to the whole thing. The Fallout. Look, Fallout is not the Fallout TV series is not the first game TV series we're getting. We have Showtime's Halo, and HBO is doing a Last of Us 2 TV show apparently. I just heard this.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But I don't know anything about that. You know, I'm the worst person to ask about the Last of Us. I don't know the story, I don't know the characters, and I don't care. But Halo, we love Halo, and we know that Showtime has already kind of gone a little politically correct.
The track's there because, you know, they already cast Captain Keyes and Miranda Keyes as black people, which they're not black in the games. So and then on top of that too, you have changing race for no good reason.
And they're changing some of the lore too.
At least that anyone's been informed of. On top of that, you have them actually changing entire parts of the characters themselves to the point where Miranda
she's a doctor now,
was a naval officer, just like her father was, and now she's apparently like a doctor or something like that.
She's essentially like a Halsey type doctor, where she's like essentially. You read the description and it's like she's like a expert on the Covenant.
It's not Halo. It's like it might as well be. It's like if you wanted to make a story like this, make it into its own standalone thing, like how The Expanse is, where it's like, hey, we're telling a sci-fi story. Blah 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 blah.
You can make it like a Halo.
Call it Halo. I mean, it would be like, hey, we're doing Halo, except instead of it would be like saying we're doing Halo, except it's set in like 1940s America. You'd be like, what? That doesn't make any sense. You can't.
Well, we know
that's going to an extreme, but it's like if you start redefining entire segments of the source material just because you fucking felt like it, because again, we haven't been given any kind of explanation yet on why they're doing it. Maybe everything will make sense and it'll be a really great story and everyone will be like, yay! But as we've seen so many times is the case, it seems to be more like the producer or director or whoever the fuck, whatever committee is running it goes, well, you don't have enough of X demographic, you need to have more gay lesbians of color. And it's like, what?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like,
it makes no sense.
Yeah.
To the way the story's written. And then they wonder, why is no one buying our product?
Yep.
Well, you ended up, you said you wanted to do a Halo movie, and you ended up with a horrible caricature of what Halo was, just because you wanted those diversity points or whatever the fuck, instead of actually telling a story. Again, if you make, as looking like with superhero stuff, it's like when you go and start taking superheroes, and you go, hey, Iron Man is now a black woman, and you go,
15-year-old black woman.
Like Iron Man, because in the comics, in
the 2015.
A black woman, I forgot. It
was the 2015 run of Marvel called All New, All Different. It was like another reboot thing. Everyone got a new #1. And Iron Man was essentially a 15-year-old black girl called Riri Williams. And she's the bestest ever. She made the Iron Man and all that. Blah, blah, blah. Tony's dead. Tony's her AI now. It's like, this isn't what people want to read. First of all, I'm just going to say, Tony Stark's actually been dead since the 90s. Because Kang killed him, and then they brought an alternate dimension version of him who was like 19, and that's the Tony everyone knows. So, that's the Tony that everyone's kind of like based the movies on and everything for the last 20 years. The original Tony Stark is actually, I recommend you read, go on Amazon, go look up like Marvel Epic Collection, and buy like a few Iron Man, like original Iron Man comic collections that they have, like the War Games one. I'd highly recommend. Like, because that's a good story. Iron Man is not like this douche womanizer. Like, he is a womanizer, but he's not like a dick. He's actually a cool dude. He can sometimes be a dick, but he's never like a dick for all the bad reasons. It's not like he's a dick for like, oh, I'm
yeah, it's because
he was doing one thing and then he came off bad by someone else, but someone like, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but yeah.
Iron Man is Tony Stark, just as Batman is Bruce Wayne, except for the Flashpoint stuff. But it's well explained.
That's also the universe.
Good job of describing why they changed it, how that changed.
Look, you want to read a good story.
If you describe it well, if you do it well, it's like people can be like, okay, you're diverting from what's been established here, but you've written it in a good enough way that everyone goes, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's the exception to the rule right there. Good job.
Yeah, and
but when you just write it in that, well, I'm the bestest best because reasons.
Because I'm a woman or gay or whatever. And that's the problem. Also, look, if you want to read a good story where Iron Man is black, just read the original 80s comics where Rhodey took over as Iron Man because Tony was all drunk. Or read the short 5-issue series of the introduction of essentially Rhodey becoming War Machine, where Tony was officially he put himself in stasis, like he froze himself because he was he had it's a whole story. I really don't want. I want to explain it, but I don't, because if you read it, you'll enjoy it. If I ruin it for you guys, even though it's a 90s comic, like a 90s comic, still you guys will enjoy it if you haven't read it. So that being said, Tony's in animated suspended animation, so Rhodey takes over as Iron Man, and that's when he gets the War Machine armor, which was built for him, and he becomes Iron Man. And that was just Iron Man for 6 issues, and it was a really good few issues. And that's in the 90s was full of that. We had
if you do it well,
Dick Grayson became Batman.
Do it.
Dick Grayson became Batman during the Prodigal storyline, where he was Batman for a few issues after Batman came back. Bruce Wayne came back to become Batman and take the mantle back from Azrael, who kind of pretty much lost it. He went psycho. And then Dick Grayson became Batman for a little while, and then Bruce came back. That's a great way to do it. I thought it was really well done. I liked that story. And
it shows, as long as you write your story, if you want to be like, hey, we want to write a story about this character, but we're going to go and do some twist on it. We're having someone new take up the mantle of that character. Sure, people by and large will accept it as long as you write it well. If you just shove a character in there and you try to go and because your writers suck, or because you just want to shove your politics in there, and you go, well, this character is a trans lesbian black person, and so if you disagree with our crappy story, obviously it's because you hate trans black people, whatever the fuck. It's like, no, look, you just can't write a story well. You can't try to cower behind a minority, or behind your political leanings just because you can't write a story well. Like, no, you write a story well, people by and large aren't going to really care much else about what that brings to the character, as long as you do it well. If you're like, hey, I mean, shit, you could probably write a story where it's like Tony Stark transforms in, because of some weird fucking multiverse gadget Loki got a hold of or something, and Tony Stark transforms into a alternate dimension version of himself where he is a young black woman or something like that. Sure, look, you want to write some sci-fi hijinks like that or something, go ahead, and you could theoretically have a story that does that well. Just set it up well. You can't just go and wave your hand and go, this is it because reasons, and if you disagree, you're a homophobe or sexist or racist or whatever. No, get fucked. That just means you can't write for shit.
But anyway, so long
story short. So yeah,
good, probably shit.
So yeah, the Fallout thing. Yeah, so it's probably gonna be crap. But we'll cover. I mean, it's on what was it on? It was on Amazon. So yeah, I have Amazon, so we'll cover it. We'll cover it when it comes out, whenever that is. Just like we'll cover the Halo thing, because I have Showtime. So whenever that comes out, we'll cover that. Then we'll cover the Transformers Netflix thing when that comes out. Oh, we got a release date. I think it's July 31st. I think when I googled it, at least that's what came up. But all I know is that it got pushed back and might get pushed back again because it was supposed to be out in June. Anyway, moving on because we have some other news. Anthem. Anyone remember Anthem?
We've tried to forget.
Yeah. So Anthem was supposed to do this. They're gonna do like Anthem 2.0 or something, where they're gonna do like a new. Like an Anthem, it's like an Anthem sequel or like a new update, but it might be monetized. No one really knows what it is, and honestly, no one cares. It's just kind of interesting to hear. Like we got these two posts, like one on February and one in May, and this is like the first news we've heard about it in a year. So
I just find it hilarious that you have EA. We found out with. Way back when with Mass Effect Andromeda, where EA took the team that worked on the original Mass Effect, so Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. They took that team, and that team essentially started work on Mass Effect Andromeda, and then EA said, no, you guys go and need to work on our baby here, Anthem. And they instead took a team that had only so far had worked on DLC projects, so just relatively small scale stuff, and said, hey, you're making an entire team go to it, and the further issues and other shit with that. And then even then, when they go and they essentially sacrificed Mass Effect Andromeda there for the sake of Anthem, and then Anthem still turned out to be an utter shit show.
Yeah, oh my god, that's because the management was so terrible. Like, honestly, you just read that Jason Schreier Kotaku article back when he worked for Kotaku, now he works with Bloomberg. But like that Jason Schreier expose on Anthem about how like the devs were like overworked and crunched because that 2017 demo we saw at E3, yeah, that was the first time they saw the game too. There was no game yet. They only started working on it in like 2000. Essentially, we played like a 14-month, like a thing they worked on for like 14 months.
Yeah, well, I also heard that like halfway through they like lost all their data.
Yeah, it was a whole mess. It was a game in development for 8 years.
It's like, what the fuck?
They pissed away 8 years.
And EA was just like, well, keep going. We expected to meet the deadline somehow.
Yeah. There was bad management, and I don't know about you guys. I actually played the game. I played like the free demo.
I played it.
Yeah, but which turned out to be the actual game, just with only 3 missions instead of 5. It was horrible. I mean, the flying was great, but I got bored after a few hours, and then just started playing Halo again. So, yeah, I don't know. This 2.0 thing, will it be good? I don't know. I mean, if it is, I'll say it's good. But, I mean, I don't think it's going to be good. And they're probably going to charge you $60 again. So. Moving on. I wanted to talk about the PC gaming show and how they opened up with a very political opening. But then I got this when I went to the video. So, I'll just have to describe what happened. Essentially, the host opened up the show with, like, before we start, I just want to say, with everything going on in America, we don't want to, but like they're essentially like, we want to support Black Lives Matter, and we want to stop I'm quoting here, stop the systemic oppression of Black Americans. That was a quote from the host of the opening of PC Gaming Show 2020. And I actually I watched through they had a live chat. I didn't watch it live, but I was reading through the chat too, and everyone's like, who cares? Show us the games. This shouldn't be in this show. And all I can do is...
other things too, with a lot of these cases, and it's like, obviously, yes, there are major issues still in the world and the U.S. here. At the same point, I mean, when a corporation goes and says this stuff, it's like, what are they really doing? Besides this virtue signaling, are they doing anything to help anyone? I mean, even when you donate money, it's like, where is that money going to? I mean, for example, now, again, it's not to say we should not work towards solving these kinds of problems, but I've seen a lot of companies that are going, hey, we're donating money to Black Lives Matter and we support our black community and all that stuff. That's great. Okay, that money goes to Black Lives Matter. What are they doing with that money? Are they building schools? Are they building clinics in, say, Metro Detroit or Chicago? In areas where you have black on black violence on a weekly, if not daily basis. They could really use education, because schools are all but closed in those areas, or provide very, very lackluster educations. From what I've heard, because I've looked up some of this stuff, and from what I've heard, it's really unknown where any of that money is going. And it's like, even then, it's like, okay, we're here for video games. I mean, do you really need to shove down your throat everywhere you turn? I mean, it's like, hey, you walk into your grocery store, if you have someone going, we support Black lives, as you walk into the store, it's like, okay, great.
People would be like, who cares, and go back to shopping. That's pretty much...
The point is that everybody supports Black lives. Nobody is saying that
all lives matter.
Live. The whole thing with their political agenda, it has nothing to do with Black lives.
Yeah. They're just using that as a front to make people who oppose their ideas feel bad.
Yeah, and
if
also
they say, I don't support you because of their name.
Yeah, and also I'm going to say, it doesn't, Black lives, it doesn't matter, all lives matter, all life matters. I mean, you except for those pesky insects, you can kill those, but I mean, like, all lives matter, right, little cat? Yeah, see, he agrees.
But as well, on the note too of political agendas, it's similar to how we were talking before. It's like, if you try to go and promote your political ideas, whatever policies they might be, and then you have to hide behind the guise of, oh, well, if you're against this, this extra stuff I wrote there, you must also be against black people and stuff like that. Like, talk about cowardice. If your policies, you whatever they may be, if you have to hide behind other groups and go, oh, well, if you don't like that, it's in the same kind of thing where it's like, look at the stimulus bill that went out earlier this year for Americans here, where it was like, hey, we're going to go and get some money here in the pockets of everyday Americans to help out, because, of course, businesses are shut down by and large. People can use this money. Okay, cool. And immediately it was, hey, we're going to go and shove this, that, and the other thing into this bill extra, outside of the scope of it, essentially holding it hostage to a degree that if you don't give us this extra shit that we want, people aren't going to get this help. People aren't going to get this aid. And it's just like, what the fuck? And then, of course, when you have politicians going and saying, hey, look, because you added all this extra stuff, I'm not agreeing to this. Well, so-and-so politician is against helping Americans because they voted against this stimulus bill. Well, no, you added all this extra bullshit to it.
Yeah, I just want to add also, gun sales in this country, in the States, have skyrocketed. You want to know why? Oh, yeah. Because the cops are, essentially, everyone's talking about defunding the cops, or, and plus the cops are too scared to do anything now because they're all backstepping away from the situation because of this. So, everyone's buying guns because they want to protect themselves. There was someone who was...
I even heard there was one situation shortly after all the George Floyd protests and all this stuff where the one with the guy who stole the taser from the cop and then was shot. And it's like, and they're literally pleading with this guy, please stop resisting. We do not want to hurt you. Please cooperate. They're doing everything possible, being absolutely more than reasonable, trying to get this guy to stop. And it's like, and for those who don't know too, with a taser can be a lethal weapon.
Yep.
If enough voltage above essentially the shoulders of a taser, that will there is a high probability it will kill you. The reason also why they aim again for center of mass. Now, the things being the biggest target, it also means that voltage that goes through is less likely to kill you. This is why a lot of options are not non-lethal; they are less than lethal because it is hopeful that for the average person, it will not kill them. Because again, try not, generally speaking, you don't want people to die. At the same point, though, we have a lot of people who, unless a whole lot of hurt is put on them, they're not stopping from hurting other people, or if they're on some crazy drug trip or whatever the heck. It does take a lot to stop someone who really doesn't want to.
Yeah, and another thing is also like, look, you guys probably heard it in the background. Like I know you guys did when you were talking earlier, but people watching, you guys probably heard it in the background earlier in the stream. They're doing fireworks in this, behind. Like I have like 5 different locations within a block of me that are doing fireworks. I live in New York City. It's illegal to use fireworks in the city.
Yep.
People have called the cops on them too. Nothing happens. And so, that's... Anyway, we're getting off topic for something that we actually discuss later. Back to the gaming stuff that we have to finish up here. We have... So, Nintendo's Retro Studios seeking job applicants for what appears to be Metroid Prime 4. Now, this is awesome, because I really want Metroid Prime 4. So, earlier this year, Nintendo announced... earlier this year, Nintendo announced that they were pretty much scrapping their development on Metroid Prime 4 and restarting. In January, Nintendo's Shinya Takahashi explained that their current development on the game did not meet Nintendo standards. He stated, "Ever since the announcement, we have not been able to give you an update, but as a result of continuing development since that time, although this is very regrettable, we must let you know that the current development progress has not reached the standards we seek in the sequel to the Metroid Prime series." Takahashi later added, "We have determined that the current development status of the game is very challenged, and we had to make a difficult decision as a development team. We have decided to re-examine the development structure itself and change it. Specifically, we decided to have the producer, Kensuke Tanabe, I'm probably butchering that, sorry, work in trust and collaboration with the studio that developed the original Metroid Prime series, Retro Studios in the United States, and restart development from the beginning," Takahashi added. He then stated that this challenge will essentially mean restarting development from the beginning, so the completion of the game will be delayed from our initial internal plan. Now, and then they continue on about the history of whatever, but to me, this is cool. This is good news. It kind of means like, we're gonna, like, it means a delay, but I mean, it's kind of like
it shows a creator who cares about their product, and it's not all about them.
And also the fact that
they just be like, nah, keep going.
Keep going, exactly. Like we literally just said that with Anthem, and now we're seeing this. Like, no, we're restarting. We're gonna push back the release because we want to... First of all, this has been development for years. It's kind of been development hell. And this is kind of like a good news because it means, hey, it's still alive. And we're actually going to be changing it, so now you might actually be hearing updates. I mean, maybe we won't. I don't know. But this is a good thing for me, at least.
Now, do we know what platforms it will be launching on?
I mean, I imagine it would be on the Switch. Metroid Prime 4 is now in development for Nintendo Switch. There you go. So yeah, it's going to be on the Switch, which is good, I guess, because it was probably like being developed before the Switch came out, which means it would have been really dated. Versus now they're restarting, they can use the new tools, new engines, new tech. Unfortunately, I won't be able to play, but I mean, it'll be cool to see other people play Metroid Prime 4.
Easy or bust.
Also. Going all the way back... Okay, so this isn't so much circling back to Last of Us, but it is relevant to it. So, The Last of Us 2, because I did mention it was really... Oh. Okay. Okay, no, that works. So here. Shaden... here's a PlayStation exec discussing that the industries need to rethink the spiraling cost of AAA gaming development and... saying, I would welcome a return to 12 to 15 hour AAA games. Essentially, they want to make shorter AAA games. Because The Last of Us 2 was really long by everyone for its bold handling of its difficult subject matter, really. So yeah, former PlayStation executive Sean Layden has called for the industry to examine the trend Okay, just want to make sure that wasn't muted. Examine the trends towards bigger and more expensive games, describing the established AAA model as just not sustainable. Which, if anyone doesn't know, AAA games right now cost more to make than films.
Which is ridiculous. And then on top of which, when you're looking at, look at the games that have come out in the last 5 years. A lot of the stuff, visually, graphics-wise, they usually look pretty darn good, but when you look at the actual content, the story elements
the game's shit.
It's been getting worse
Battlefield,
not
Battlefield. EA's Battlefront games are the best description of that. They look beautiful, sometimes sound great because they didn't get all the sounds accurate, but they look beautiful, but they're shit games. They lack content. Though, sorry, but the original Battlefronts are light years ahead in terms of content.
Shit. What was their offshoot called?
Anthem's another good example.
Was it Bad Company or something?
Battlefield 2 Bad Company?
Yeah.
Oh, I got that game for $0 at GameStop used like a few years ago.
And not kidding. You had a squad that you really got attached to. You're like, oh man, I can't.
You can blow up entire houses in that game. It was amazing.
Oh hell yeah!
And I've never played the multiplayer of that game. I've only played the single player, and that's a fun game.
And it's like,
moving on.
And you just had, Call of Duty. When you had Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1, great storyline, really fun. Modern Warfare 2.
Modern Warfare 3 was pretty good too.
Modern Warfare 3.
The story was very, very simple and lazy, but the gameplay was fun. They had some good modes. They had a firefight type mode called Survival, where essentially you're fighting waves and waves of essentially goons with guns, and then you have suicide bombers, and it was fun. And you use each kill you get gives you points, and you use the points to get better guns. It was built off the zombie system, but it wasn't zombies. And that's why I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun playing that. I played that. That was pretty much the only thing I played in that game, in Modern Warfare 3, and I thought it was fun because it's it was it reminded me of Halo Firefight, and it was also reminded me of Call of Duty Zombies, but it wasn't zombies. It was actual people that would shoot at you or run at you to bomb you because they were suicide bombers, or you could kill them and then they would blow up because some of them were they explode upon death. They would charge dogs after you, and it's you can stay in one location, but it's not great. You have to move around. It was a simple game mode that was not so simple in how you can play it. There's options, not like that. Yeah, so, and you can also get all your call-in airstrikes and all that stuff too. But anyway, moving on, Layden, who ran PlayStation Worldwide Studios in the later part of a 25-year period at Sony, was speaking at speaking to GamesBeat's Dean Takahashi as part of Game Lab Live today in June 23rd. In a wide-ranging conversation, talk turned to Naughty Dog's Last of Us Part 2, which has been widely praised for its bold handling of difficult subject matter. Okay. Layden departed Sony in October last year, but he expressed great pride in a game that had largely been developed on his watch. Indeed, he described it as the ultimate example of a story-driven video game in the PlayStation era. He's probably talking about Detroit Become Human. Which is if you're into those interactive movie type games, it's a pretty good game, but aside from that, I don't know, I like the story. We can make you scream and yell, be horrified. Those are the easy ones to get, he said, but if we can make you contemplative, sad, that's really hitting the full gamer gamer of emotional response to the gaming experience. However, The Last of Us Part 2 might represent a new level of artistic achievement for a specific type of game. It also represents another trend in the games industry. Most players could finish The Last of Us in around 15 hours, but The Last of Us Part 2 takes 25 hours to complete. Naughty Dog spent 3.5 years making The Last of Us Part 2, and The Last of Us, while the sequel needed 6. Sony is likely to disclose the production line of either game. Isn't likely, which is true. But smart money is on the substantial increase there too. And yeah, and obviously you can keep reading, but they're just going to keep going on about how games are too long. And I don't think that's the case. I just think it goes back to make a good story. Because the problem is no one liked Last of Us 2's part 2 story, so it felt long. Think of it this way. You're watching a movie, and say you're watching like one of the Bayformer movies, like Transformers 4, and it just feels like it goes on forever. And that is partially because it is a 3-hour movie, but also because it's such a bad movie. You know,
there's an article that I read about The Last of Us 2 and something with game design in particular that kind of shed a new light on the whole story deal here. Okay, so I forget the term they used, but it's basically the idea that there's a disconnect between the story you're trying to tell and the gameplay that comes after the story. And a perfect example is, say, Drake's Fortune, where you're supposed to be a treasure hunter, you're a good guy, but after the first cutscene, the first thing you do is you go murder a whole bunch of people on a ship. So there's a disconnect between the character that they're trying to portray and the actions that character performs. Because if that happened in reality, that person wouldn't be a good man. He'd be a psychopathic killer who just goes and murders people. So in The Last of Us 2,
any game, any exploration or FPS
right.
game.
So in The Last of Us 2, there's this idea that the character follows the gameplay. She's not a good person anymore. The ideals that it's basically a revenge story, and she's fallen down a black hole. She doesn't care about anyone or anyone's life, and she's just a murderer, basically what that person is. And there is no story where you can portray someone who does those kinds of things in a good light. They're just bad. So for me, that kind of made me look at it with a different perspective. So I can kind of appreciate it more. I haven't played it, so I don't know exactly how it plays out, but I've read a lot of reviews. So I guess my opinion has changed a little bit in terms of how I perceive.
Yeah. Okay. Well, also, I just want to close this because we still have a lot to discuss, but yeah, this is I mean, look, yeah, not every game should be 50 to 60 hours, as they're saying. But, I mean, and games do cost a lot to make, and I understand where it's coming from. I just don't think it should be, like, a norm... The normal there shouldn't be a normal, I feel. There shouldn't... Like, you make the game you want to make. Or your audience expects you to make, kind of thing. Or, you know, like, if you're making a sequel to, like, say you're making Titanfall 3, which is actually not going to happen now. We know that. You know, but this is... I mean, look, I like longer games. I like being able to play... Because sometimes I feel like I can beat through a game too quickly. Because usually when I play a story, I try to, like, savor it. Because I know it's going to be over really soon. So, especially with these, like, 12, 15-hour games the Layden wants, I kind of don't. We already had that. You know, let's advance the industry, not regress. That being said, though, games do cost like $150 million to make, so...
Yeah, but again, how much of that is more just because of, among other things too, marketing? So much.
Yeah, marketing.
So much money goes into marketing.
Half or more.
Yeah.
Of these things. Like, look, if you just make a good game, because I mean, like, look at, for example, Cyberpunk. How much marketing? Like pure marketing. I'm not just talking like they I mean sure you have some videos of the gameplay being released and stuff like that. So that's a little bit of marketing there. But I mean they had besides the original ad and like one or two other small things like that. By and large, it's been mostly, hey, here's just some screen caps.
Screen caps, gameplay, a cinematic. They already
sure. They take a little bit of time to make sure like spoilers aren't being shown, and edit the video and stuff like that to make sure it's showing what they want. But beyond that, most of what they're relying on is and to a degree, a lot of what they're relying on is, hey, we made The Witcher 3. Look at how that turned out. Now we're making this. We're showing you.
They're showing you the gameplay. They're showing you.
We aren't selling you on the idea of the product. We're showing you the product itself, parts of it, and letting you make up your minds for yourself.
Yeah, they're showing you the gameplay. They're showing you the story, and they're letting that speak for them.
Exactly. They aren't showing up.
Look at that brain dance.
Here's one of our pre-rendered cutscenes. Don't let that make you want to play the game. But no, they're showing the actual game.
Yeah, like for example, the brain dance thing. I think it's a perfect example of that. Like that wasn't a tutorial they made for you. That was the in-game tutorial.
Yeah, that's the hey. Here's how you use this stuff.
That was the character Judy Alvarez helping you learn how to work brain dance and how to become a brain dance editor, and use it for your mercenary missions or whatever. Because they said it was going to be a good tool in the game.
Too many games out there. It's like it's more about how do we sell the game and not just
let the game sell itself. That's the best way to get a game to sell.
People will throw. I mean, as we're mostly here because of Star Citizen, and we're looking at what's been put in, what they're doing, the internal stuff they've released, and their plans for the future, and you literally have people just throwing money at it because they're going, hey, this is what we want. We want good games. The developers are listening to the community, trying to make stuff, as realistic as possible, and then dialing that back to the point where it is still fun. And like I said, you literally have people just chucking money at the devs. You have people who, it is commonplace for backers to have spent over $1,000 for Star Citizen here, because people are like, "Hey, I like what they're doing. I'm going to, I gave them, $45 or $60 for the base game. Well, hey, you know what? I want to give them more. I want to keep funding development here. I gave them that much, a year or 2 years ago. I'm going to keep giving them money." And it's like, I really don't understand why. For example, EA or some of these other companies haven't, at the very least, try that with a product. They're like, hey, we're going to make, this one thing here. We're going to go and do it this way. See what we get with that. Like I said, people are wanting to just throw money at it if you can go and show it will be a good product. Stop trying to cut corners. Write a decent game. Write a decent story to it. People will come. Seriously. Now, with some of these companies, if you're looking at like Bethesda, EA, Ubisoft, some of these big game companies out there who have, Activision, Blizzard, that have been screwing the fan bases over and over and over and over again. It definitely would be an uphill battle to essentially win that level of trust back, but it's definitely doable. You release pretty much 2 good products in a row. After that, you're going to be in people's good books again. And I was like, if you keep doing that, because that alone, fan loyalty, if you can show continually, we're going to make a good product over and over and over and over again. I mean, like I said, look with the Witcher games, and now CD Projekt Red's making Cyberpunk, and people are throwing money at it because they're like, hey, look, consistently you've been giving us good products. We have no reason to think with what you're showing us here that there's any reason that's going to change. Because again, they're not showing off marketing. They're not showing off, hey, here's our pre-rendered cutscene, or here's our stuff that we've super edited to make it look good. It's, hey, here's actual gameplay. I mean, sure, is it scripted to a degree? Well, sure, of course it is. They don't want to be revealing everything just yet. They want to be just showing us certain aspects of it. But even still, what they're showing us, it's actual gameplay. It's not just
take that Squadron 42 vertical stuff, for instance.
Yeah. It's not stuff they've only made just to be marketing for the game, like some of this shit is.
Okay, so and that was so that's just a thing that we need. And we need people let the game sell themselves. And because then when you let the game sell themselves and you see, this game doesn't have a lot of content. Like take even Spider-Man, the PS4 game. Like, they showed off gameplay trailer after gameplay trailer after gameplay trailer. Now, they were kind of made specific. The gameplay, they showed a lot of gameplay, and that's usually a good sign. If you see a lot of gameplay before the release, great. If you don't, that's when you should be worried. Which is why I'm optimistically skeptical about Halo Infinite, because we haven't seen any gameplay. But the story may still be good. And I like Halo. I like the story. So hopefully the story is good, even if the gameplay sucks. Anyway, moving on. This is a topic I wanted to cover on this channel for a while, because We haven't yet. So Marvel's Square Enix Avengers game. The Square Enix Avengers game, Marvel's Avengers, whatever. Crystal Dynamics' Avengers. So in 2019 New York Comic Con, they revealed that it was and this is no longer a rumor, by the way. This is because this was written when it was written. This was revealed at Lore Table live stream that we actually covered on the channel. Well, I covered on the channel, but when it was live. So the story revolves around like the main. If you were to look at an Avengers game, who would you think is the main character, or the main characters?
Loki.
The Avengers.
Nah.
But that's not the case. Also, this is a flipped image. I just noticed that. And this isn't the case. Apparently, the main character is Miss Marvel, aka Kamala Khan. She's the main protagonist. She's the story's main protagonist and the main playable character in the game. Now, to me, all that says is, let's take this unpopular character that no one likes, but is our like flagship diversity, virtue signaling character, and plug her into a video game so this way people get to know her, because she can't stand on her own.
Yeah, if you want to write a character, sure, that's fine. Write the character well. That's all we're asking here.
I keep getting proved right the more I see footage of this game. They had a War Table live stream, as I said. I covered it on the channel last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever June 24th was. So they revealed that the main villain is MODOK, or their version of MODOK, which is a mobile organism designed only for killing. And that AIM is kind of like the central villain organization, with their army of robots taking over the city after a day. If any one of you guys have following the story, then you probably know. But here, this article is old, but this is essentially all the relevant information. It's no longer a rumor; it's true. MODOK's the main villain, which is cool. I like MODOK, but I'm just not a fan of what they're doing. Like, really, Kamala Khan is the main character. Like, she's not a good character. And like this is pretty much your cast of characters here. Like, she just shoehorned in. It makes no sense. It's so weird. And
if you want to go and try to introduce a character like that, it's like, okay, make a main story with the characters everyone likes, then go and make like a DLC for this character, and then be like, hey, people really liked this DLC. We're going to go and make an offshoot game with that character being the main character. Doing something like that. Don't try a bait and switch where the main game for this new series or whatever is this random character no one really cares about.
Yeah, and she's part of the all different Marvel line, which was essentially the Marvel line that was like super politically correct. With the Black Iron Man, what's-his-face, Asian Hulk. Miles Morales became a Spider-Man in the mainstream universe, stuff like that. So, but this is cool though. You can wall run as Cap. So there is, I don't know. To me, it's like this game looks horrible. I mean, I like the way they made Iron Man, like the mix of movie and comic book art there. But look, aside from that, I mean, the game looks horrible story-wise. Gameplay. From the gameplay I've seen, like, because I did a War Table live stream that they did that showed off new gameplay, some things looked really good, other things looked really bad. Like, the flight mechanics looked horrible, but they did say it's like it's essentially a looter game. It's like your Destiny type game, or even Anthem type game, where you get loot and stuff. So you get like the same type of thing over and over, but like this one's level 10, this one's level 17, blah blah blah. The shop UI, right? The shop interface looked exactly like Destiny. So this game will be a lot like Destiny, and I don't know if that will hurt it or not. And keep in mind, they did say this game's a live service, and I think they said that some characters or some skins might cost money. So, like, for example, you want that really cool Iron Man skin? Well, so you can just run around as Iron Man in this specific armor, pay us $10. So expect that kind of stuff. Some characters might also be hidden behind a paywall. because they did say they'd be releasing characters over and over. They even used a term like this is a game that'll be alive for 10 years, live service type thing, which, don't expect that to be true. But, yeah, it's... I don't know, I hate the whole, really, you're gonna have this character be the main character, like Kamala Khan.
It's companies that want to go and it's like,
Marvel
if you want to write a character, that's fine. Write the character or write the story well. Don't make, you can't try going and saying, hey, here's my moralistic, politically correct message that I'm just going to shove down people's throats that really has no bearing on anything else. I'm going to go and try to wrap it up in a skin of the Avengers or in whatever movie or TV series or whatever the fuck you want, and shit all over anything that disagrees with it. No, again, that's a caricature. You aren't making an actual product.
Yeah.
You're just trying to sell your own wannabe moralistic message to people and have them parrot back at how right you are. Like, if you want to make a product, make a decent product. That's all literally what we're asking.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, moving on, because we have 2 things left in terms of gaming news. We got an update
after that.
Yeah,
there's almost 3 a.m.
I know. We got the Crysis Remastered update. So fans are upset with Crysis Remastered's graphics, so Crytek is delaying the game. So I didn't even know there was footage, but apparently here's a trailer of Crytek's Crysis. And honestly, the graphics were
played on our console. It can't be what it was back in the day.
I mean,
and they're not wrong. I can tell by this. I'm not even watching the full size video.
Yeah, neither am I. But it's. Let's just say if you want it on a lot of people are gonna be playing it on PC now, and monster PCs like we have too. So, I mean, you can afford to up the graphics a bit, because this doesn't. This looks like me turning up the graphics to maximum on the version of Crysis I have right now. The normal version, not the remastered.
Yeah.
So, and the graphics have always looked good, but I can understand if you're remastering the game, why people would be like, no, make the graphics look a hell of a lot better. So, yeah, it was. I mean, yeah, why not, right? And look, at least they're delaying it. It's not like, okay, we'll do it, and then the release date's still the same.
Yeah.
So, also, Tencent is making a Cyberpunk game. Here's the trailer. Enjoy. I actually haven't seen this yet, so I have no idea what we're looking at. But I muted it so that we can talk and narrate over it. Wow.
It's Chinese Cyberpunk 2077 in China.
It's Chinese characters everywhere. I wonder why. Oh my god, this looks very mix and match kind of.
Yeah,
nothing really fitting. And what the hell? Yikes. That's
Let me pet your metal back, Kitty.
Okay. Look, it's a black cat.
Oh, that's $20. I'm sorry.
Hair colors are $6 a piece. Wigs are $7.
That's a very non-Asian looking person.
Yeah.
Oh, that's better.
Wow. Man, when I heard about this, the article I saw that had this said, Tencent makes their own Cyberpunk game. ... Yikes. Yeah, that nailed it. Yikes. This is not. What the hell? What is with all these robotic animals, or animals in exosuits? What the hell is going on?
Maybe if they show some actual gameplay, we'll get an idea.
Nah.
None of this is real. I'm telling you.
We're just going to show all the ways we can monetize it.
Yeah. Is that a bear with a mohawk?
Yeah, it looks like he's got that predator kind of gun on his back.
Oh yeah. I think that's a camera though.
No, there's a gun behind the camera. Isn't it?
Oh, I see it. I see it. Yeah, he's got the little. And look, he has a Godzilla roar. Okay, some of these vehicles just.
This reminds me more of like a GTA style game than it does Cyberpunk.
I think we should emphasize on that.
I'm betting it's not going to be anything like Sandbox.
Oh no!
I'm betting it's going to be some kind of
like mobile
battle royale kind of BS.
Or something.
Yeah.
Oh no! It says PC console. Okay, never mind. It's a demo trailer, technical. So none of this is real. None of this is real. Except everything you're seeing is not going to be in the actual game. Also, I just wanted to say, Cyberpunk 2077.
That's their entire thing.
I just want to elaborate. Cyberpunk 2077 is not going to be like a GTA type game. It's a very narrative-driven game. So.
It's them trying to piggyback off.
I want to see some comments here.
Cyberpunk 2077.
I think the title they're calling that a rip-off clone is unfair because we don't even get to see.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I'm just reading some of these. It's like, Mom, can you buy me Cyberpunk? It's like we have Cyberpunk at home, and this is Cyberpunk at home.
No. Look at the next one. A game in a genre that critiques dystopian government/societies, made by a company owned by an impressive dystopian government. Irony much hard pass.
Yeah, wow, that's great.
That is the point of Cyberpunk, is that it's critiquing, governments and businesses that have this very authoritative position, because it leads to this kind of dystopian shit.
And when I say this type of dystopian, we're not just referring to like in this world of Cyberpunk. We're talking about reality as well. Alright, so I think that was it for gaming news. Let's move on to...
on that note, I need to jet because I was supposed to get off here.
Okay, so we're going to close it down real quick. We just have some non-gaming news stuff to cover real quick. So, Cam, you want to just do that while we...
First thing, we can do another follow-up episode too.
We can do it maybe like later in the week or next week. Yeah. We can do a follow-up because this is already 4 hours. So, so we'll do a follow-up. We'll include whatever news that comes out between now and the episode that we reveal. But essentially, it can't be as long as this one. So
that's what you think.
Yeah, I kind of figured this one would go long, but I mean, I don't know. So you guys want to end it here?
Yeah.
All right. So let me. Should we plug in our new PayPal for people to?
Sure.
Okay. So I have to remember how to access that. So give me a sec.
So yes, if you wish to hear us blabber on more about this and more, you too can give us money.
Let me get the link. Hold on.
Meanwhile, while we wait, David here is going to show us his interpretive dance. Take it away, David.
Alright guys, check this out.
Okay, so we now have a PayPal if you guys want to help fund the channel, because we figured, we wanted to monetize our channel, but we didn't want to go through YouTube where we have to, watch what we say or watch what we watch or like
considering a lot of the things that we talk about.
We have to cut out.
If we just say the words coronavirus or COVID-19, YouTube just takes down the video. So or something along those lines. I don't think it's very consistent with it, but that anyway. And they're also always changing.
Consistent? Nah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna be perfectly blunt. YouTube's kind of communistic with their terms of freedom of speech. So I figured,
circumvent standards. It's fine. Just again, be consistent.
Circumvent it.
Across the board, on everyone.
Yeah, so circumvent it with PayPal. Pay us, and I mean, look, it's completely optional too. If you want to help fund the channel, sure, cool, awesome. If you don't, cool, awesome. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, and all the money is going to go into the channel, whether it be a game for us to review, or maybe like, you know, to try a streaming service to review, so we can watch this certain movie and review it or something, or if it's for ships and Star Citizen, I can't guarantee that it won't go into that or go into my rent. But aside from those things, that's all that the money is going to be going to. Channel content.
It's definitely not going to be going to booze, hookers, and drugs.
Well, I can guarantee the booze and the hookers.
Cam doesn't have access.
I can guarantee all that because, yeah, Cam doesn't have access. So,
look, I'm near Detroit.
Oh, that's such a. I've made a reference today where it's like, how come our reality is the RoboCop future? Like, our current timeline is the RoboCop future. Everyone in the government's idiots. Corporations rule. The cops are on strike.
So cybernetics to be upgraded a bit.
Yeah. So yeah, we got PayPal, and we also have, you know, our sponsor who doesn't pay us. You know, Iron Chef. So you can go get some Iron Chef products if you want some really, really good sauce or breadcrumb stuff. As soon as I type in the URL here. So yeah, check these guys out too, because, you know, they make some really good stuff. If you're barbecuing, I highly recommend some of this stuff. Hell, if you're just cooking with a microwave, you can even use some of this stuff and it's still good. But anyway, yeah. So we got a PayPal if you want to, help fund the channel, and we got the Iron Chef sponsor if you want to help a cool business that makes really cool food. Or hot food, depending on what you buy, because you're getting into the hot sauce market too.
Because you two can help us afford a Bengal.
Yeah.
As you don't know, that's an in-joke. You cannot buy a Bengal.
Anyone who plays Star Citizen will immediately get that, and for the rest of you, you will have to be left wondering. Alright, on that note, I think we're just going to sign off from now. Everyone, thanks so much for watching. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed. Give it a thumbs down if you didn't, and tell us why in the comments, because I really don't care. Yeah, thumbs up and thumbs down help the algorithm, so either works. But yeah, leave a comment if you have any questions, or if you have a topic for us to cover next week, or if you just, you know, want to talk shit. I don't care.
Movie or comic or whatever.
I don't know. Yeah, whatever. You know, comment at your will. Just leave it clean in the comments. That's all I ask.
And you can hear us blab on about that too.
Exactly. Yeah. When and if you leave any comments, we will read them at the end of the next episode.
Maybe laugh about them, but we'll read them.
Yeah, I can't guarantee we won't laugh about them. Yeah, so, and also subscribe if you haven't, and if you have subscribed, please make sure you are still subscribed, because YouTube has been unsubscribing people from both of my channels, from this one and my personal one. So, yeah, that's fun. Another reason why not to use YouTube to monetize your channel. That plus you have to get like 4,000 watch hours and then 1,000 subscribers. So yeah, no, that's gonna be like 3 years.
I've got 4,000 people watching this.
Yeah, that's why it's gonna be like, you know, 10 years till we can actually monetize through YouTube. So plus the PayPal, at least we keep all the money. YouTube would take 30% otherwise. Anyway. On that note, we're going to be calling it a night because we've been going on for 4 hours. We didn't get to our non-gaming topics, unfortunately, so we're going to have to do a follow-up episode, I guess, either later this week or next weekend. We'll let you know. We'll use the discussion tab on the YouTube channel. We'll figure that, to let you guys know. So in the meantime, everyone, have a great weekend. Have a great 4th of July, even though it's now the 5th of July. Well, it's the 4th of July. It's the 4th of July still in the West Coast. So everyone in the West Coast, have a great 4th of July. And there, I'm put my little 4th of July.
I think I have a perfect segue into this. So some people say, is it Happy 4th of July, Merry 4th of July,
Happy Independence Day?
No, yeah, of course. But I think it sums it up well, especially for our anyone here who might be watching from Europe, when we just say treason's greetings.
And on that note, we're going to be signing off. Thanks for watching, and remember, treat others how you want to be treated.